Welcome to DAX Machina. Together, we'll explore the writings of D.A. Roberts along with other authors, with a particular emphasis on the horror genre. We'll discuss writing, the inspiration behind horror stories, as well as the possibility that monsters might not be safely locked away in the pages of fiction. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, folks, and thank you for joining us once again for DAX Machina. I'm D.A. Roberts, my co-host, Steve Wildman Monrotis, and joining us tonight, we have our guest of honor tonight is Bethany Stutsman, who is a fantastic writer. She writes in the zombie genre, but I think we can expect great things from her in the future. And those of you who are familiar with the Dixie Cryptid podcast, you have Naoma Finn joining us tonight. So it ought to be a great show tonight, folks. Thank you for tuning in, and we're out to see by the numbers at the top of the screen, we're already starting to pick up quite a few people. So Bethany, why don't you go ahead and start us out? Tell us a little bit about yourself, and I will post your links in the chat.
Yep. Well, my name is Bethany. I publish under Bethany Stutsman. I was in an anthology called Tricks, Treats, and Zombies, which was super fun. Lots of great authors part of it. Fun Halloween zombie stories. And then I also have my standalone, or the first of my series, which is my Highway of the Dead series. And the first one is Highway of the Dead Uprising. And I'm currently working on Highway of the Dead Sabotage, so that should be coming out soon. And then I have, besides zombies, I also have like a Monster of the Week type books called the Gabby Jones series. So that one I'm super excited to start out on. Just waiting for it.
I'm looking forward to that one. I love good monster stories.
Yeah.
We have something of a tradition on DAX Machina. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but we have this thing where we encourage audience participation by whenever they give us a like, a love, or a heart, or anything like that. We always take a drink of whatever it is we're drinking. Fortunately, tonight I'm drinking coffee because we're already down 6. So thank you everybody for joining in, and don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button if you're listening on YouTube or on Twitch.
Well, you may be nicer than I am tonight, DA. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I'll be switching to the Irish whiskey before too long.
Am I supposed to take a drink now? Is that what you're saying? I'm drinking Hippie Shake.
Okay, not a problem. Whatever you're drinking. Good evening from Robert Miller, and we'll just jump right into this. What made you want to write creepy stories like zombies and horror?
I mean, why wouldn't you want to write it? It's super fun. Now, I grew up with a very straight-laced Christian family. Dad was in the Air Force. Mom was, stay-at-home mom, and everything was like, praise Jesus and everything. And so I don't know why I started reading horror, but I just needed something else, and I just got into it, and I love that feeling of just suspense and, afraid to look in the dark and the unknown. I think that's what I like, the unknown. So
absolutely. Mm-hmm. I'm the same way. Ever since I was a little kid, I enjoyed creepy stories. The creepier, the better. And I was a big chicken as a little kid. Everything scared me. It wasn't until I got older where I was a little more adventurous. But as a kid, man, the horror stories terrified me, and I loved it. And I blame my mother for that. She used to have me watch like the late night horror films with her and stuff, and she'd read stories to me. So my twisted, weird sense of liking horror novels and horror stories, I can trace straight back to my mom.
Yeah, I remember one of the genre. Go ahead.
I guess I had like the horror genre for a long time, and now the DA's writing his series set near where I live. He's terrified me to go outdoors anymore, so sitting home and read.
No, we would, because my dad was in the Air Force, we would move a lot. And so we would go back and forth between like Tucson and Iowa and whatever place he was stationed at. So we stayed at a lot of like RV parks, and we stayed at a lot of, when Dad was in Desert Storm, we were up in Iowa on like this little farmhouse with like 80 acres of land or something. So I went everywhere from like military base life living to completely secluded in a farm. And the best thing that I remember growing up was my brothers and I, we would just get so creative, and then we would make up stories and games. And that was just kind of what I remember, was being together as a family with my brothers, and they would just share all that stuff. And man, it just, I don't know if I just have an overactive imagination, but they kind of inspired that.
I'm about the same way. I've definitely got an overactive imagination. Naoma, what about you? What makes you like the creepy stories?
Well, I'm the youngest of 5 children, and my siblings are 18, 16, 12, and 5.5 years older than me. And so I kind of was always probably exposed to things a little bit older than I should have been. And my sister's favorite author when I was very young was Edgar Allan Poe. Her mother worked 3rd shift, and those were my bedtime stories. So it was from the cradle, I think. I'm like UDA. When I was little, I was terrified of everything. But I was also painfully shy, to the point that my 1st grade teacher actually worried about me and had a special conference with my parents. And so she was thrilled to death when one day I came into the class and asked to recite a poem to my fellow students. And without batting an eye, she said yes. And she rushed me to the front of the classroom and hushed the kids and said, she's going to do a story, say a poem for you right now. And I began to quote Edgar Allan Poe. Was not what she was thinking. So when I came back a week later and asked if I could tell a story, she says, well, what story? I said, The Telltale Heart. She says, no. You may not tell the Telltale Heart to your classmates.
When my oldest son was in kindergarten, we got a note with him home one time that his teacher wanted to see us at school and to set up an appointment to come in for a parent-teacher conference. And being my son, I'm like, oh, crap, what did he do? Yeah, basically following after me. So we go, and it's a kindergarten room. So naturally, you're off put from the very beginning because all the chairs are like made for little tiny people. And she sets us down, and Nathan's at the back of the room playing. And she says, I just want to have a chat with you guys. And I'm like, oh, okay, what's going on? And I'm thinking, it's my kid. Did he bite somebody? Did he hit somebody? Was he being a brat? What did he do? I said, is he in trouble? She goes, oh, no, it's nothing like that. She goes, actually, we found that he's already ahead of most of the other kids in the class, as I'm considering recommending him for the Wings program, which is the gifted student program. And he wound up being in that program throughout the rest of his high school, through high school. Well, anyway, so I'm thinking, well, what did he do? She goes, well, I don't know how to say this, but it's really rare to see such an advanced sense of sarcasm in a child this small. And my wife just looks at me. I'm like, what? I don't know where he gets it. This has got to be her side of the family, not me. And he's still that way. All my sons are. And my wife still blames it on me. Well, I guess I can be a culpa that one. Thomas Whitney says, quote the teacher nevermore.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I actually wish that the poem had been The Raven so that I could use that line, quote the teacher nevermore. But the poem was actually El Dorado.
Oh, nice.
And so, yeah, really not as horrifying as she made it out to be to my parents. But
still, it's Poe.
Yeah. So my sister, she quit reading Poe to me for a while.
Bethany, are you a fan of Poe?
The Raven too.
Bethany, are you a fan of Poe?
I mean, no. Not that I don't like him. I just didn't get into him. I was reading like R.L. Stein Goosebumps. Like that's where I was going. So
I love R.L. Stein.
Yes. Yeah, he came to my boys. Oh yeah, he came to Tucson for a book festival, and he was like the only author who was there after like 3 hours of just the massive line of signing stuff. Everyone else like quit and went home, and he stayed there and signed everything that everyone brought to him until the last person was done. And that's really cool. It was awesome.
That is really good. That's kind of rare too.
Mm-hmm.
I was the librarian at the elementary school for a while, and we had to have a sign out list for his books because they were always long waiting list. They loved his books so much, and I would bring them home and read them for myself on the excuse that as the librarian, I had to know what they were about. So, yeah.
So, who really inspired you to want to write horror? besides R.L. Stein?
So kind of the first thing that I started getting into was I was reading about astral projection. It wasn't like a specific person, but it was like astral projection type stuff. And then I ran into this kid on the bus who became a really good friend later. And he gave me a book by Piers Anthony. And I'm trying to think of I don't know the name of the series, but the first book was called On a Pale Horse. And it was like each book was like On a Pale Horse was a guy became death, the Grim Reaper. And then like the second one was someone who became like the Fates. And it kind of started taking me into that horror realm where you kind of learn about different stuff like out of body experiences and things out there besides the normal. And then after that, of course, I found Stephen King. Like, can't go wrong with Stephen King. And Salem's Lot just blew my mind as a kid. I loved that one. Yes, yeah. So Stephen King, Dean Koontz, I call him my fast food author. Like if I go anywhere on a trip or anything, he's just a good, easy read to pick up and just keep you entertained. So yeah, I read a lot of Stephen King and Dean Koontz, and then I started finding indie stuff and how to dive into the indie world.
I'm kind of the same way. I didn't really discover the indie world until I want to say mid 2000s. I basically just read mainstream authors, ones I'd heard of, and it wasn't until I really started getting onto Amazon more and discovering more of the indie authors and read my first zombie novel that I actually discovered the indie scene at all. And now here I am. I mean, I'm an indie author and wouldn't really trade it for the world. I can't imagine myself being with a publishing company that gets to dictate what I can and can't write.
I have a question.
Shoot.
Is Lucy alive?
You got to read Sabotage. We will dive more into the Lucy story in Sabotage.
I hope so.
Yeah, she was actually, that name was inspired by Dracula with Lucy in the Dracula story. I love that name. And I was like, I'll make her little sister. So
Nice.
I actually wrote I wrote a book for it's sort of a young adult book. I've never published it. It's really not worthy of it, but it's called Bogart Station because Bogart it comes from the same as Boogeyman. And anyway, but all of the characters in the book are Jack Pierce and Dwight Fry. And there's a little girl named Bella, spelled Bela, Bela. There's a little girl named Maria, as in Maria Askins. I can't ever say her last name. Alspenskaya, is that how you say it?
I guess.
She's the old lady in The Werewolf who says, the way you walked was thorny. Do no fault of your own. But anyway, I chose names of the actors and, of course, Jack Pierce, the world famous special effects artist, makeup artist, I'm sorry, for all the characters in the books as an homage to the Universal movie theater, movie stories, because those are what really drove me as a kid. I own most of them today. And I watched all of them ad nauseum. Obviously, I can quote some of them.
Well, nothing wrong with that. There's a ton of movies I can quote almost verbatim.
Yeah. When I get up and do the shadow show, my husband's like, sit down.
I was so excited when Universal was going to do the monster universe. Mm-hmm. And now I don't think they're going to continue with it because The Mummy was kind of a flop. But man, I was
kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
Well, Mummy, that's what happens when you put together the script by committee.
Yeah.
Well, and Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Yeah, he flat out put down that he wanted to change a bunch of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah, Tom Cruise shouldn't be allowed to touch the script. Read it, buddy. Just read it, and that's all you need to do.
You must be this tall to write the script.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wow. Kind of like the rides at Disneyland. He can't get on any of the good ones.
No.
Yeah.
Universal films. You had that Frankenstein, the original 1931 Frankenstein. Always terrified me as a kid. My dad was obsessed with it, and even to this day, I mean, Dad's in his 70s and still using the same jokes from the 80s. But he'll sit there and quote the characters in there when Victor Frankenstein is talking to what was the guy's name? Guimon, I think it is. The telling about how he's discovered this ray that's going to bring life into dead tissue and whatever. And my dad will go on for like 15, 20 minutes straight. And he told me that his mother, when she was little, they lived in St. Louis, and there's a big old historic theater there called the Fox Theater, and they used to play silent movies. And they had the organist in the pit, they would play with it. But one of the first talking films she saw was Frankenstein, and of course she saw a late night show, and then she had to walk 8 or 10 blocks home. And she said it absolutely terrified her to walk home because that night it was typical summer night in St. Louis. You had a lot of heat lightning, no real rain, but just humidity and a lot of creepy lightning. And she said that was the scariest walk she's ever had in her life because her mind was on that film.
Yeah.
I'd be scared to walk in downtown St. Louis now.
Yeah, broad daylight. Broad daylight.
Different reason.
Do you know James Whale was horrible to Boris Karloff in the making of that? He actually handpicked him for the role, and then he treated him horribly throughout, and then asked for him back for Bride of Frankenstein. And Boris Karloff had spent all of Frankenstein creating this speechless monster, and then James Whale's like, "You'll speak." He says, "No, I don't want to speak. It's going to ruin the monster." And he says, "Too bad, you'll speak." And so in Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, he speaks. But again, James Whale was terrible to him. And this is a man who sat through hours and hours of makeup. And it's like, I would be nice to this guy because he's not probably really going to be really happy at this point.
No kidding.
The makeup was toxic back then. I mean, you actually had like health issues from it.
Yeah, was it Buddy Ebsen was originally cast as the Tin Man in Wizard of Oz, and the makeup almost killed him.
Yeah, that's why he's not in the Wizard of Oz. He almost died.
Yeah, the makeup almost killed him.
That's the gal that played the witch in the Wizard of Oz. It was a copper-based makeup. And her skin was stained for weeks, and she was sick from it.
That had a lot to do with why she burst into flames.
Back in those days, before there were any safety precautions, they're like, "We need him silver. Get me some spray paint."
And then when she dropped through the floor, she also was injured there. But at one point, I think it was when they were doing the broom at her with the fire. No, she was doing the broom at the Scarecrow with the fire. She somehow caught on fire, and the makeup was not helping. Turned her into a candle.
That movie was just plagued.
when anyone talks about Frankenstein talking, the first thing that instantly pops into my mind is young Frankenstein and Peter Boyle.
That's my favorite scene. Do 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 do.
Wilder up there.
Oh my God.
That is one of my all-time favorite movies.
I haven't seen that in so long.
Oh my gosh. Come to my house. We can watch it together. What's that?
Have you seen Shaun of the Dead?
Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah.
I love Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah.
That iconic scene where they walk out of the pub drunk, and there's that zombie walking through. Yeah. Well, me and one of my buddies that I worked with in security, his name is Richard too. He's from Nottingham, England. Well, him and I were walking a drunk out one night, and we walked him out of the hospital, and we seen him on his way down the sidewalk, and he turns around and he grunts at us, and we look at each other and go, and then look, and we just did it just instantly without even communicating. We just looked at each other and did it.
That's true friendship right there.
Yeah.
I looked over like 5 nurses out of the ER just dying laughing. Yeah, because we all know I was the Nick Frost in that situation.
What was his the other guy's name?
Nick Frost and Simon Pegg.
Oh yes, okay. So I think everyone has like a friend that's Nick Frost, like the part where he's trying to play the game, you know, and he keeps making all the noise. I think everyone has a person like that in their group.
Yeah, that would probably be me in most groups. Larry Phelps said Crow's Jekyll and Hyde should have been the standalone first. I agree with talking about the attempted remake of the Mummy. If they were going to do the monsters, the monsters the way they'd planned, I think they should have started with Jekyll and Hyde.
That would have been fun.
Mm-hmm.
And not sure who this is because they haven't signed in. Says Karloff had removed a bridge in the original Frankenstein to create a more monstrous look. He was upset that he had to keep it in to speak as the monster.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's going to be my icon for Frankenstein talking. Put it on your head.
My true favorite scene in Young Frankenstein is when they're standing at the bookcase and it swings around and you hear, "Put the candle back."
I saw that movie for the first time when I was still pretty young, and whenever they'd say Frau Blucher and the horses would go crazy, I didn't get that until I was an adult. They're like, "Oh, okay."
Light bulb.
Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly figured that one out. Yeah, I'm not a little slow or anything.
I went to see it in the theater with my siblings, older sibling and his wife. And for some reason, I didn't get to watch the movie because most of it, my brother's hand was like this over my and he was like, "I shouldn't have brought her here. I shouldn't have brought her here."
That's hilarious. You know, the Frau Blucher joke is actually kind of a double entendre because Blucher in German means glue.
Oh.
So the horses go nuts at the mention of the glue factory.
I never thought of it in that respect. My mind went a completely different direction.
And that is the way it was intended, but
and Igor with his swapping shoulder.
I have a hump. What brain did you grab me? Abby something. Abby what? Normal. You brought me an abnormal brain?
Oh, God. But Mel Brooks was just a genius with stuff like that. Like any of his movies, like he just absolute genius. And he could push it just enough that it was still hilarious, but he didn't get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
Some of his movies couldn't be made today.
Oh no.
No. Never happened.
Especially Blazing Saddles.
First one that comes to mind.
Yep.
Although there's some scenes in Men in Tights that are pretty bad too.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I love where his mole keeps moving.
Yeah. History of the World Part 1 always cracked me up when they're doing the scene with the Inquisition. The guys break into the dance line, you know, the shackles and everything. And, and then Gregory Hines, when he's the eunuch in the Roman gladiator court, and and at one point he's running away with this like gigantic joint. He's like, "Oh, I've got mighty joint." Like, "You go that way, you go this way. I'm just gonna walk here in a circle." Big joint.
Mine was always in Blazing Saddles, the chili cookout scene where they're all sitting around the campfire and they're eating the chili, and then they just go off. That was always I'm like crying laughing when I watch that scene.
I like that in Blazing Saddles when they're riding up and they reach the toll booth. They could go around, but when they stop at the toll booth,
they're all
somebody go back to camp and get a whole shitload of dimes.
That was just genius, man. He was so good at that.
From Mongo.
The thing his son wrote World War Z.
I know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Max Brooks is Mill's son.
Yeah.
Max does a lot of stuff on cryptids.
I think I should have known that.
Yeah, he did the Bigfoot one, right? What was
I have
it called?
not read that yet. I need to read that.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's really good.
I started it on Audible, and I don't know, because I listen to it when I work, because I drive a lot for my job. So I was listening to it, and I don't know if I was just too busy with my job that I didn't get too into it, but I feel like I need to go buy the book and actually sit down and read it, because listening to it on Audible, I don't think is doing it justice.
Probably not. I think you lose something on Audible.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm also a kind of a Luddite. I feel like you have to have paper in hand.
Yeah.
It's the full experience.
Yep.
I wouldn't feel that way.
No, not at all.
Deep sigh.
Yeah, no kidding.
I moved from my apartment to this place, and I went from living on my own to living with my boyfriend and his 2 daughters. So I had to get rid of my bookshelves, and I almost cried. Well, I did. I cried.
I don't blame you.
I cried over them, but I kind of made up for it. You can kind of see in the back, I got like this ledge.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got like books up there along with his Lego stuff. And then,
Nice.
To be honest with you, all these books behind me here are my husband's.
Yeah.
It's a long story about my books, but they're in other rooms. Most of my books are about serial killers and scary stories and serial killers and cryptids and serial killers, pretty much.
When we moved into this house, my wife and I, we both had books that we had boxed up in the attic of the old house. But when we get to this house, there's not an attic space you can use. It's like a crawl space. You really can't even store anything up there. So we only had 2 large bookshelves. And I said, well, I guess you get one bookshelf and I get the other one. She's like, but I've got a lot of books. I'm like, well, so do I. Of course, so we compromised, and my books are still in boxes in the garage. The true compromise.
I know.
Kind of like when we wanted a cat. Well, she wanted a cat and I didn't want a cat, so we compromised and got a cat.
Yeah, I want a dog. My husband doesn't want a dog. We compromised and didn't get a dog.
Oh.
Well, it makes sense because we really we enjoy being able to get up and go for a weekend, and we're such introverts. We have no friends. So we'd have to find a place to board the dog. And
It's hard with dogs. Like, they got to go out and be walked and all that stuff. Cats are really easy. Like, if you have to leave and go somewhere, cats pretty much take care of themselves. You just got to leave out food and water and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I like about cats.
I had my cat of 22 years, and I had to put her down a couple years ago. And like that night, I was feeling bad because I lost my cat, and it was like right after my divorce, and it was the first time I was like truly alone in my apartment. So of course there was like whiskey involved. And then I happened to live right across the street from a PetSmart. So I was like, I'm just going to go hug the kitty cats. Like, that's all I was going to go do. And I walked in, and of course they had the shelter animals there, which I'm like, oh man, like you can't say no to shelter animals. And in the Gabby Jones series, originally, I mean, they're dogs now, but they used to be cats. And I had a black cat named Sherlock in the series. And I walked in there, and there were these 2 black cats, and one was named Sherlock. I was like, are you kidding me? So, of course, I came home with 2 cats that night.
You know what it
Sherlock
was?
and Indy now.
What it was is when they saw you coming across the parking lot, they used the facial recognition
Exactly.
software. They Googled, like, that cat's named Sherlock.
It's not even a black cat. They dipped it in ink.
Yeah,
They just like led me across the parking lot with bottles of whiskey. They're like, she's gonna come. Don't worry.
those little mini bar
my
bottles
little,
about
my
every
little
100 feet.
99s.
Yeah.
About every 100 feet, there's another one.
Little shelter thing. We got her.
The last one instead of a bottle is cat.
I know.
I'm sure that's how you'd
My
lead me or
boyfriend's
Steve
like,
into a Burmese man trap.
My God, yes.
Like, how'd you get in the bottom of that pit? I don't know, but there's whiskey.
Oh my goodness.
I honestly thought that story was going to end with a drunk cat for some reason. Yeah, you said whiskey involved, and I was like, oh, she got the cat drunk.
No, that's how most of my stories are, though. There's some whiskey involved in there.
Best stories always have. I had a bull mastiff that used to steal my beer.
You know what?
I had a bull mastiff that used to steal my beer. I had to guard him around him. I don't like drink out of cans. I'll drink out of a bottle. And I guess he realized pretty quick that I was drinking out of the bottle. And I was on the back deck sitting in a lawn chair, and I just set it down on the deck because I didn't have a table next to me. And something caught my attention. I turned and looked out in the yard, and then I heard the bottle move, and I looked, and he's walking across the deck with his head tipped back, chugging the beer. Like, you son of a gun. So from then on, I had to guard the beer, or he'd take it.
My sister had a horse that was fond of beer.
Had a horse?
That was fond of beer. I mean, it has all its favorite ingredients in it, so I guess it made sense. But you had to be careful around him because he'd take your beer.
Was it a Budweiser?
No, see, it's Pat Blue Ribbon. They drink Pat Blue Ribbon and they pee out the Budweiser.
I think PBR is pretty much just urine from the get. Not a PBR fan.
I don't drink beer. So.
I'm a Guinness guy. I like my beer to have a little something to it.
Now, Guinness makes good fried fish.
Guinness makes great gravy too.
Yeah.
Josh Dalton says, "How to trap DA, whiskey, or sharp pointy things." He's not wrong. Lured me into the back of a van with a knife collection.
Oh gosh.
Funny with the dogs in the beer. We've got a blonde shepherd husky mix, and she likes beer. And if I'm drinking something, she's always got to see what I'm eating or drinking because I think she's put two together and realized if you want the good snacks, follow the fat guy. And so I was sitting there drinking a beer, and she'll kind of, I figured, I'll let her sniff everything, and then she starts licking it. I'm like, okay, so she likes beer. All right. And we get her Bark Box every month. And 1 month, Bark Box had like a summer picnic theme. And one of the toys was a bottle of what looked like Budweiser. It was labeled Barkweiser. And she would run around the house holding it by the stem, tossing her head, feel like she's drinking the thing. It was the funniest thing to watch.
By the end of the summer, she hated you, didn't she? She's like, this is not beer.
Dog's laying curled up in the corner with its paw over the bottle.
She eventually ate the top off of it and like eviscerated the toy. I think she's finally figured there's no beer in there. Yeah, they got it.
Yeah.
My cats like eggnog. It's so random, but they like eggnog.
Like real eggnog or the?
No. Like, so my family is from Iowa, and they have a dairy up there called AE, Anderson Erickson, which is just like amazing eggnog. So much that my boyfriend, when we went back, we had to bring it back in a container on the airplane. We had to bring back like 6 cases of eggnog. It's really good eggnog. But my cats will drink it. Like you leave a cup out and they will just dive their head in, their whiskers, everything's just covered in eggnog. So
what part of Iowa?
Indianola, so just south of Des Moines. Like they got a Walmart, so they were super excited about that.
I'm from the Quad Cities.
That's up near where the movie The Crazy.
The Quad Cities.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, definitely hometown.
Yeah, you said AE. I was like, I know that stuff.
Yeah, it's good, huh? Right? Got to get that chocolate milk. Oh, so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
You had me at chocolate milk. Oh, I love good chocolate milk.
Oh yeah.
I'm not an egg
milk, their dip.
That stuff, but I mean, I don't care for eggnog. To me, it just tastes like drinking a big glass of snot. But but I'll take that chocolate milk anytime.
Have you had real eggnog though with the alcohol in it? Yeah. Have you had the real eggnog with the alcohol in it?
Yeah.
Is there another kind?
You could just take the eggnog and dump it and just put whiskey in my glass and I'm fine.
There you go. It stopped being eggnog like 3 shots ago.
I found a recipe for this real stuff and it called for Jim Beam, and I don't even care for Beam. I like whiskey, but not a Jim Beam fan. And I made this stuff up, and of course it doesn't taste that much like the stuff you buy at the store, but it goes down way too smooth. And after about a third glass, you don't care that it doesn't taste like the stuff at the store. It's a little rough.
My personality is not conducive to alcohol. There's no way I could be drinking whiskey or beer or anything because you guys wouldn't like me very well. Well, you'd all love me because I used to be the girl who would get drunk really fast and then dance on the table naked.
No.
Yeah, got tired of getting rug burns on my breasts.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, there went the PG rating, folks.
Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't
that's
resist
perfectly
it.
okay.
What's sad is I have a remedy for that. No.
I cornered the market in Band-Aids for a while.
Right.
Oh my God.
No, I just
email from Bethany with ingredients. Pick this stuff up with your local Mama Jeans, mix it together, it works great.
Anyway, I listen to people tell their drinking stories, and I'm thinking where I would be at that moment, and it wouldn't be a good thing. I can't do alcohol.
I can only
Drugs
do
on the no.
Oh gosh.
I was only kidding. I'm so clean.
Steve and I, when we get together and have a few drinks, we are fine as long as you don't throw a barbecue in the mix.
Oh.
Because then things get out of hand. We destroyed a case of Guinness in 45 minutes. This was hot outside.
There's something about a good beer and then getting like a good, like crisp brisket and then some of that mac and cheese on there. Oh my gosh. Can you tell I haven't eaten dinner yet? I'm so hungry.
Well, I live in an apartment, and Springfield has a fire ordinance because apparently too many meth heads have lit their apartment on fire trying to grill on their porch. And so we're not allowed to do that.
Gasoline.
Probably. You have to be at least 50 feet from the building and everything. So we have this little park kind of down a hill. It's a little pavilion, little gazebo kind of thing, and I have a little Weber Smoky Joe grill, one of those little picnic grills, And so DA comes over, and we've got a ridiculous amount of meat to cook on this little grill. And so I brought this
small grill.
Yeah, this is a small grill. It's like designed for like a family of 4. Well, I brought this this case of Guinness down, and so it's 90 degrees outside, 95% humidity, kind of like we were talking earlier, and we just kept on growing and you drink. Well, we're just about finishing the meat, and DA reaches over and he goes, "Hey, how many Guinness was here?" I said, "What was the case?" He goes, "Oh no." I'm like, "What? Oh no." He goes, "Where's all the Guinness?" I'm like, "Well, dude, nobody's walked up here but you and me." And he's like, "Oh no."
So you have to do that beer math.
Yeah.
It's pretty much. Well, it was
the worst part was discovering that hill, that the little park's at the bottom of the hill. That hill was much steeper than I remembered going back to the apartment.
Well, we because we have to haul everything down to the damn hill, even though it was only like 50 yards from my front door. I drove this stuff down there in the trunk of my car, so I'm not making 50 trips up this hill, and so I had to drive the car back up the hill. And I don't drive if I've had a single drink. I mean, I just don't. I lost my best friend to a drunk driver. It's just my weird little rule. And well, of course, DA was as bad off as I was, and we kind of looked at each other. At that time, he was an active cop, and I go like, "Oh, great, okay, so I'm now going to drive under the influence with a cop sitting next to me." And he starts laughing. I start the car up, and I put it in reverse. And I know I just barely idled it back, but it felt like it moved so quickly. And I was like, "It moves so fast." And he's laughing. He's doubled over in my front seat. We go up the hill and we get up the stairs, and our wives are up at my apartment, doing the side dishes and stuff. They look at us like, "What's with you idiots?" They're like, "Well, we told the story." And she goes, "You could have called us to get the car."
We didn't have that much forethought.
But he and I just kind of look at each other. We're like,
"Oh yeah, that would have worked too."
Yeah. My goodness, how little the mind works when the alcohol is bathing it.
Yeah.
I can't blame the alcohol. How little my mind works with anybody.
I kind of have this thing where I don't get a ticket. Like if I get pulled over, I don't get a ticket. I did get my very first ticket at like 37, but before then I never got a ticket every time I was pulled over. And it was kind of like I was like the good luck charm. And my cousin had picked me up, and we had decided to go from Tucson down to Fort Huachuca to go visit her sister, which was a couple hour drive. And she was driving, so I was pre-gaming going down there. So like I was fine, I was having a great time. And then we met up with her family and ate, and then we were driving back. Well, in the process of driving back, I was still finishing up my pre-gaming, and I didn't realize that we had taken a wrong turn, and we ended up in Tombstone, Arizona, which is like, if you guys are familiar with Tombstone, it's like where they filmed the movie Tombstone, and
yeah. It's spelled totally different. Yeah.
So anyway, we ended up there, which is totally not where we were supposed to be. It's like the middle of the night. It's like 2-3 a.m. We're driving through Tombstone. We see Boot Hill, and then we're in the middle of nowhere. And I'm already just like, feeling great, but at the same time kind of spooked out. And then we get pulled over. And so we get pulled over, and as the cop starts coming up, she's like, okay, whatever you do, don't open the glove compartment. And I'm like, what's in the glove compartment? And apparently she had some stuff in there that the cops probably would not approve of. And stuff.
Green?
So not only, yes.
Mm.
So I'm feeling great. And she, had some stuff there. And then the cop shows up and he's like, hey, where's your registration? And she came in from Texas, so she didn't have her registration on her for some reason. I guess they have like a sticker in the front of their car and they don't carry registration on them. So anyway, we had no registration. I'm like, woohoo. And she's got stuff in the car. And the cop turns back and she's like, we're going to get this. Like, we were speeding. We're in trouble. They can smell it on you. They can smell it in the car, like all this stuff. And then sure enough, the cop comes up and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to give you ladies a warning. Just slow down a little bit and just be on your way. We're like, oh my gosh, like freaking out. So that was my crazy story. If I'm like, oh my gosh, if everything that can go wrong.
I have exactly the opposite. I used to work second shift at a trucking company. I was a billing clerk, and I get off work, and my friend who was a server at Olive Garden, or should I say at a nationally known national Italian food chain.
With delicious breadsticks.
Yeah.
Unlimited
that amazing salad and soup. I love zuppa. Anyway, so folks, if you're hungry tonight, no, I'm sorry. Anyway, so I go over and I pick her up. It's about 2:00 in the morning, and we head out to do a little back roading because that's what I do. I drive around at night and tell scary stories and look for things that aren't supposed to exist. And we're out in the middle of north central Iowa. And there's not another car in sight. You can't even see the lights of any farmhouses nearby. And she starts getting really sick because we'd stopped at McDonald's to get her something to eat. Interesting. I work at a trucking company, and she's a waitress, and she was the one who got off work hungry. But anyway, and she's really sick. And we pull over, and the creek that we pulled over next to was McDonald Creek, which I kind of thought was funny. She's sick on McDonald's, and in my twisted mind, for some reason that was funny. And the next thing I know, here comes a cop pulling up behind us. And he comes to the window, asks for my license and registration. I hand it to him, and what are you doing out this evening? And just driving around. We both work second shift, and we were just winding down for the night. And are you drunk? No. Next thing I know, I'm standing in the middle of the road doing this, saying the alphabet backwards. And he is and I kept saying, just let me, apparently they don't let you blow into a breathalyzer anymore. I'm like, I can prove to you I'm sober, but everything. It was like an hour on that road before he finally let us go. And I don't even know, I guess because we were pulled over, and what made him angry was I was laughing about the fact that my friend was throwing up McDonald's on McDonald Creek. And he said, that's too stupid. Nobody sober would find that funny. And so that was basically what got me. Now, I have a lot of friends who are cops and ex-cops. But when they're on duty, they forget that I'm their friend. It's like, I don't know this woman. We're going to take her in for questioning. And I have been pulled out of the car and handcuffed before. And I'm like, I am one of those people. I'm like, yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You just look so
Whichever
dangerous,
you happen to be. I know, right? But I do. I have the exact opposite. I can guarantee you, if I'm in the car, you're going to get a ticket. And that didn't change till I
have in the back seat.
Yeah, that's probably it. I break for serial killers bumper sticker.
Or my kids putting notes in the back window that says, help, I'm being kidnapped. Yeah, that doesn't help either. But no, it's I don't know. That did not change till I moved to Nashville. And I got pulled over in Nashville. And the cop came up to my door, and he pulled me over. There's no place safe to pull over in Nashville these days because people are coming here at a rate of 100 people a day. And I was one of them. I'm not complaining. I was one of the immigrants. But the roadways have not kept up with that. So every road's busy and they're always packed. And he comes up to my driver's window and I rolled down my window and asked for my license and registration. And I handed it to him and my insurance card. And then he says, and I said, can we pull off into a driveway or an alley or something to do this? And he was, very offensive. And he's like, why do you want to do that for? I said, well, because, sweetie, I don't want you to get hurt. And see, I can get away with that because I'm old now. And he was like 22. And so when I said, sweetie, I don't want you to get hurt, he's like, you look okay. Go have a nice day, Grandma. And I'm like, thank you. But that was the first time I'd ever had a really decent experience being pulled over. Otherwise, I go to jail.
Whenever I pulled anybody over, 99.9% of the time, already in the back of my head was, I'm going to check this, make sure they don't have any wants or warrants, tell them to slow down or whatever they were doing, not to go stop signs and send them on their way. Because I didn't want to spend my days off in court any more than they did.
Yeah.
So my thing was, whatever you're doing, knock it off and be on your way. But I had a couple of buddies that they just, oh my God, they had it in for traffic. Oh my God, they like nothing better than writing tickets. About the only way you could guarantee I was going to find a way to write somebody a ticket is if I was getting cussed before I was even out of the car. What are you stopping me for, you Jojo? Like,
yeah.
What am I going to cite this one for today?
Yeah, you could pretty much spend 15 minutes and find something wrong with any car.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm going to get out the little scale and I'm going to check the tinting on the window. I'm going to check tread depth. We're going to rack them up, buddy.
I got ticketed for tinting on my window once. And I didn't even have tinting on my window.
What?
I don't know why he thought it was tinted, and I was like, don't you have a meter to test that? There's no tinting. And he says, we'll take it up in court. Okay. So what I did learn is that there are a lot of meth dealers in the country. And when you drive around a lot at night, which is what I used to do, they automatically assume that you must be some kind of a dealer in that part of Iowa. So that's why I got harassed there. But that doesn't explain the years before meth was invented.
I've told all my boys and my wife for years, if you get pulled over at night, pull over to as far to the side of the road as you can, give them room, turn on your dome light so they can see in your vehicle, and put both hands on the steering wheel and keep them there.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately by turning on that dome light, you're going to help put them at ease, because I can tell you walking up on a vehicle with unknown occupants late at night is one of the most terrifying things you're going to ever do. The reason why you see on TV shows or like cops, when they'll touch the back of the car, we're taught to do that. So when they roll their window down and put a bullet through my head, there's a fingerprint on the car linking me to that vehicle. That's why we're taught how to do that.
And that's why my hands are always up here. Sorry about my multicolored fingernails. My hands are always up here on the steer. I never, ever, and when I go to reach for anything, usually I try to have my license and all of that out before they get to the car. But if I have to reach for anything, I actually say, I'm going to reach for this now. Because I don't want to upset the police officer.
I am an absolute wreck when they pull me over. Like, I'm the one with the shaking hands, and like my voice is shaking, and I'm like, yes, sir, right away, sir, whatever you need, sir. And I remember one time I got pulled over because I went through a drive-through and I was trying to be nice to the person in front of me, and I turned off my lights so I wasn't like blaring my lights in the back of their car. And then as I was driving out, it was a well-lit parking lot, and I didn't realize when I turned onto the road that my lights were still off. And then sure enough, as soon as I like turned them on, he pulled me over. And so he pulled me over and he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? I'm like, absolutely. I had my lights off. I'm so sorry. Like, I will admit everything. I'm like the kid from the Goonies where I'm like, in third grade, I hid the remote control. Like, I will tell him everything in my life right there. And at that point, I didn't have my registration. I couldn't find my license. I couldn't find anything. And he let me off with a warning still. I was so lucky. So I think you and we need to get into a car together and go across country and see what happens.
Cancel them.
The universe will just explode. We'll see.
A cryptid road trip. Drive in the back country of every state you can find exactly. Them in, looking for monsters.
That's what I do anyway.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, I'll tell you, my wife has gotten high tech with it. I'm always telling her, let's go drive a back road or something. And she's like, well, you're never going to get your phone out in time. Let me buy a dash cam. I'm like, yes.
Nice. She's got your back.
So
want
now
one
we've
of
got a
those.
dash cam. We're waiting on the bracket to get here, but the cam's here. So we're
want
going
one
to
of
be
those.
driving some back roads before too long.
I just
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have
got,
been nice to have had a Joe Ball that night.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have had.
Yeah.
we just did our birthdays today, my brothers and I, and my brother actually just bought me a dash cam. So
Happy birthday.
oh, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Mine was a couple weeks ago, but we're all within like 30 days. So we just did like a big jamboree with all of us. But yeah, dash cam was on my list. So yep.
Between the 1st of May and the end of July, we pretty much nail every birthday in my family,
Yep.
which works out good, but it makes May, June, and July kind of hectic.
My boys are exactly a week apart.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I hate that. It's so we were poor when they were growing up, and trying to do 2 birthdays 1 week right after another just really was hard.
Yeah. My parents just did the joint birthdays as much as they could until my friends got old enough to recognize my brother's friends. Then it was no longer joint birthdays.
Yeah. So anyway, have you guys filmed any cool dogmen lately?
No,
Sweepy?
unfortunately not. We are talking about making a road trip. I've got a couple of destinations I need to hit. I need to get with Steve on this one. I've got found another abandoned campground like Joe Bald. Only this one, the Army Corps of Engineers actually bulldozed over the front of it, so you can't get in there.
Oh, wow.
So I'm either going to have to find a way in with a 4-wheel drive, or we're going to hike it. And the other one was sent to me by a friend of mine. It was a mansion that was built up on the other side of Lake of the Ozarks, but it's been abandoned for decades. And it looked like it was something really nice in its heyday. But I want to go up there and talk to the local sheriff's department, see if I can get inside close to the place and film. So I don't know who owns it, or even if it's anything but bank property, but I want to go find that because I've never actually been up to it. A friend of mine told me about it. So we've got some creepy places to check out locally.
That sounds
Cool.
awesome. Well, if you guys ever come to Arizona, there's so many ghost towns here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So we got you covered.
heck yeah. I would like to go down and tour some of those.
I got a new car about 2 months ago, my first brand new car. And so Dee and I have been joking around about it because, of course, it's a Buick, so it came with all the things, and it's got 4G Wi-Fi and all these other things. I'm like, hey, we've got a cryptid intercept vehicle now. And the wife's not going for it.
No.
Mine just rolls her eyes.
Well, I actually am looking forward. I've been up there a few times, but I think in the next month I'm going to head up to LBL again.
Take
And,
lots of
LBL?
pictures. Land Between
Yeah.
the Lakes.
Oh.
Back in 1982, if you go on YouTube and look up the Beast of LBL, there's a famous account that happened supposedly in the early 80s where a dog man killed a family of 4. And they're documented testimony from people that were on the scene, but the story itself has vanished. You can't find it. It's just a dead end. But they did go in and bulldoze the campground. You can't go in it anymore.
The Nickel Cemetery.
Yeah, close to it.
Okay. That's just what popped up when I looked. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to look into that.
This one's for you. She says, Kathy Skoog says, Bethany, you should use one of the Titan missile sites as a backdrop.
I actually am. That's going to be in Sabotage. So
That's a
my
good
dad.
idea.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely going to be visited in Sabotage when we go there. Dan and Alex are going to be visiting it.
Nice.
Yep.
So, yeah, I was wondering about Dan, too, when they were so impressed from the phone call. And I don't know, maybe I missed it because I was reading quickly. But I didn't really get a clear idea of who Dan is.
Yeah, we're going to find out more about Dan. And he is actually based on my dad, Dan. So he's pretty much writing the character. And In fact, it was funny because when I first wrote the story and I killed the mother at the very beginning, my mom's like, you killed me off. Like, I didn't even get a speaking part. And I'm like, no, like, she's not based off of you. I just got dad.
She got to be a zombie.
I know.
What is she complaining about?
I'm like, later on.
What?
It'll be cool.
Well, that's very much leads into a question I was going to ask you of whether or not you use real world people as basis for your characters, but it sounds like you do.
I do. Yeah, I mean, a lot of characters, they just kind of write themselves, but I do have inspirations for certain characters. So Dan, he was just, he's kind of based off of my dad. Like I said, you have to check out, oh, that's my brother, Ricky. But yeah, Dan, he's military, and he's I keep having to ask him, I'm like, I made this guy sound really important. So what's a cool job? And so he's like telling me all the stuff that he can be. And he's basically writing the character. And
nice.
It's so funny because, like I said, when I was younger, it was like straight Christian, straight-laced family, and you didn't talk about this stuff. And now, like, I go over to my parents' house, and they're like, hey, so we've been talking about your series, and this is what you should do. And I'm like, who are you? Like, you're not my parents.
I grew up in a very Christian, really straight-laced Christian family, and my uncle, who was a pastor, used to tell bloody bones and rawhead and bloody bones stories.
Okay, I remember the bloody bones.
And those were terrifying.
Yes.
He says, have to check out The Thing if we visit Arizona or New Mexico. What's The Thing?
I don't know. Like, I always see a sign for it. No. My brother is like more into like actually checking out the stuff. But yeah, I know every time you go through, like when you drive through Arizona, there's always the billboard that says The Thing. Mm-hmm. But every time I was with someone who would never let me pull over and go see it. So I have yet to go see it. Maybe we can put that on your road trip list.
Heck yeah, I'd be down to go check that out. The book I'm currently writing is called The Nightmare Hunter. It's the first book of a new series. And it's actually set in Arizona. It's set along the Mogollon Rim. Because there's a lot of cryptid encounters out that way.
Yeah, that'll be really fun.
It's
definitely.
I'm well over 40,000 words into the manuscript. I'm hoping to have it done. I'm pushing for between 70 and 80,000 words, and I'm hoping to have it done in the next couple of weeks. In edits, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to have the draft the draft done and ready for edits in the next couple of weeks. Keep my fingers crossed.
The thing about Arizona is there's such a diverse folklore. You know, you have so many different things. You've got everything from like chupacabra to like the northern Arizona where you got like Sasquatch and all that stuff. And it's just, and then you have like the Indian folklore and then the Hispanic folklore. And there's just and then of course you got the Westerns, the Tombstone, and there's so much. And it's just such a rich plucking ground to find ideas and stories. So
there's so much,
hot, but we're fun.
There's so much horror stories that are involved with the Old West, old ghost stories and ghost towns and, monsters and all kinds of crazy stuff. There she is.
My internet died.
Well, and with all the violence of the time too. I mean, if you're into the paranormal, there's got to be a lot of negative energy from all that stuff. I mean, that it was they call it Wild West for a reason.
Well, and of course, then you got Native American legends and stuff. I've some friends that are Navajo and have told me quite a bit about the Skinwalker legends and some of the other legends, and some of the stuff's pretty creepy. Apparently, you've killed your brother off before.
He's killed me off before, I think. He's a writer too, so he's under
that's awesome.
R.A. Stutsman, and he has a couple anthology published. So
what does he write?
He writes. Sorry,
well, you better be quick with that answer.
What genre is what I meant, but
you know what? He does a variety. He's got like a Facebook site I'm sorry, a YouTube channel with like Tuic, I think it's called, the fuzzy purple cabot. I don't know. It's into like furries and stuff, so he goes into that. And then he's also, he likes the monsters and zombies. So he's written for one called like Monsters versus Zombies Unleashed. Cool. He's written stuff like that. He kind of sometimes takes more of a scientific approach, which is neat. So like the monsters and zombies, he did like a blob, like a slime blob. And he did more of a scientific take on it. So that was kind of neat. We're very different in our writing styles, but we
nothing
try to
wrong with
bounce
that.
ideas. Yeah.
Maybe you have to have him on the show sometime.
Oh, absolutely.
Have to maybe have you make some introductions.
There we go. He'd like that. He'd have fun.
Well, that would be awesome. Maybe have you both on the same time, kind of compare and contrast.
Right? Little sibling duel.
There you go. 2 writers enter, 1 leaves.
Right. There can be only one.
That's right. Who's going to kill the other one off in the most grotesque way possible?
Exactly. And then my middle brother's left to win everything. So
That usually works.
yeah.
I let all my older siblings fight amongst themselves because I'm going to inherit it all.
Now, are you the only girl, or you said you had 5 brothers, right?
I have 3 older brothers and an older sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was
5
the one
kids,
that read
that's what
to
it
me, and told me all the scary stories. She also let me, I don't know if you're probably not old enough, Bethany, but there used to be a CBS midnight radio show on the radio that used to tell the greatest scary stories ever. And she used to, when my mom would work 7 days and she'd be gone at midnight on Saturday, my sister would let me stay up and listen to CBS. I can't remember. It was on CBS radio, but I don't remember the name of the show anymore. Mystery Theater Radio.
Oh, okay.
Oh God,
Sounds
they
good.
were great. Yeah, they were wonderful. A lot of, there was a lot of mystery shows. Alfred Hitchcock. Is that
Alfred
right?
Hitchcock
Why
was
did
it?
my
Yeah.
brain just died? They would do a lot of his stuff, and Rod Serling, and they did a lot of horror authors. And but she was the one who she's the one who warped my mind. So throughout their
I didn't get a lot of
system,
that. I didn't get a lot of that from my family. Unfortunately, my dad admits that he has not read a fiction book since 7th grade. He has absolutely no interest in. He's 71 years old now. My mother is a very avid reader, but she only reads like the mystery romances. I tease her. I call it housewife porn. But she reads like 3 or 4 books a week, and there's boxes and boxes and boxes of them, and she trades them and whatever. I'm the oldest of 4 kids, and I'm the only one who reads. The rest just aren't interested. And so, when we, I'm really excited to get a chance to meet writers, because I'm one of these book nerds, and my heroes are writers. And, it's like, I'll be talking to my brother. It's like, oh, yeah, it was on my podcast. We had Bethany Stutsman on tonight, and it did like, she wrote this book. And then he's just like, and dude, you suck.
I get the same reaction from the guy. The only time I get any
seriously?
excitement out of his brother is when we start talking cop stuff. Then he gets all excited.
Yeah, then he gets all excited. Yeah, these on my wedding day, we have a wedding photo of me being led into the church in cuffs. My brother handcuffed me. It was a stage shot. He handcuffed me with DA's handcuffs. You got to have the reluctant groom, entering the church, and so I'm, shackled, and it was pretty funny. We enjoyed that. DA was also the official armor and quartermaster at our wedding. My entire wedding party, all the men were armed. We're just all either like ex-law enforcement or military, or we just happen to be concealed carry holders or whatever. And so most of the shots we got through with everything we were wearing. But at one point, the photographer goes, I want you guys to, hand off anything you might have in your pocket that might be putting lumps in the suit and everything. And so we all started just unloading. It was like that scene in Miss Congeniality. And we're just handing guns to DA. And like I had a flask of Irish whiskey in my pocket. I handed him that. I handed him my Glock. DA was carrying 1 or 2 of his own. My brother had a couple. It was ridiculous.
It was like stuffing holsters into my cargo pockets, into my jacket.
Oh, God.
At one point, I was the largest standing army in Missouri.
Yeah. It was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, we could have taken out probably an entire military company
Yeah,
with,
we were
with the
we were
weaponry
wearing
we had.
the most well-armed wedding party I've ever attended.
Whole new meaning to shotgun wedding.
No, there were no shotguns there.
Truthfully.
No, no shotguns.
Handguns.
Yeah, they
What's your
too.
handgun?
I am out of my league.
Uh,
I can fire a gun with extreme precision, but CBS Mystery Theater Radio. Thank you, Mr. How do you say your last name, Bethany?
Stutzman.
Stutzman. I've been saying it wrong. I apologize.
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't have the common sense God gave a mule when it comes to handling weapons. I know that if I'm carrying a gun, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to lose my temper, pull out the gun, and do a bad thing. And I will feel bad when it's done, but it's not going to bring you back to life. So I don't mess with guns. That said, I think everybody who can handle a gun should have a gun. I just wish that more people were a little more self-aware about their abilities.
Yeah.
Or just be responsible with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my kids, they went to learn how to handle guns when they were kids before they were allowed to hunt, because mom sure couldn't teach them. So, but I'm out of my league when you guys start talking weaponry. Every time you say Glock, I think you're saying clock.
Well, that's how I feel when I'm on this show, because I'm not the only non-writer who's consistently on here. I'm just a huge book nerd. Even when DA and I became friends, it was because he was a writer, and I had a nerdgasm moment when I met him. It was
He freaked out.
Seriously,
Which I still laugh about.
You mentioned your anthology stuff that your brother does and that you've been involved in, Bethany. Amazon is notorious for, if you like this by this author, why don't you check out blah, 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 and you get recommendations. Well, I'm a big fan of Jonathan Mayberry, and we were fortunate enough to have him on last week. And he does a lot of anthos, and I picked up a lot of the indie authors from that, Joe McKinney and some of these other guys. Well, somehow or another, it showed a blurb from one of DA's books. And it's like, you might check out D.A. Roberts. It's a clip from one of his Ragnarok Rising stories. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I gotta meet D.A. Roberts. Oh, that's pretty cool. He lives in the Ozarks. That's neat. And so D.A. and I were talking one night because I know him as Doug. And I was like, oh yeah, Doug the public safety officer. And he goes, yeah, I'm a writer. I write some horror stories. I got a zombie series out. I was like, oh, you write about zombies? He goes, yeah, I write under D.A. Roberts. I'm like, holy crap, you're D.A. Roberts. And he laughed hysterically. At that point, he had the one series out, and was at that moment where I'm not a real writer. I just have some book. It's a huge deal. But yeah, he still teases me with it. We've been friends for years now, and he's like, that moment, I'm like, shut up. It was a weak moment. Leave me alone.
It was a weak moment. We just recently went to Florida and we did the Universal Studios and the Hogwarts and all that, which was just like amazing. And we went to Oleander's so I could pick out my wand. That was like the thing that he had planned for me. He was like, she's got to get her wand. She's got to go do all the stuff.
Did yours blow the drawers out and everything?
Well, they did have a thing that did that, but I didn't get picked for it. It's okay.
That's too bad.
But I went up to a girl where she kind of like talks about, she kind of finds out your personality, and then she kind of finds out the perfect wand for you and helps pick it out. And she starts out by asking like, how old are you? And then she's like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I'm a horror author. And then she just like completely forgot about the wand and was like, horror author, what? And she started asking me all these questions. And I'm like, that's so awesome that you like this. Like, thank you. But can I get my wand? Like, I have so much time left on the park. I got stuff to do.
That's hilarious.
It was super fun. That was like one of my first, just someone super excited to meet me. I was like, oh, yay. Oh gosh, there's my dad. See, he's all.
There he is.
Well, of course, he's gonna brag on his daughter. I mean,
he actually did because when he worked on bass he just retired like this year, and I feature the 305th Rescue Squadron from Davis-Monthan in my book. And of course, at the time I was writing it just because I worked there for a little bit. So I knew some of the people and I was just throwing it in there. But when I came out with the book, he actually put it in the newsletter for the whole squadron, like the whole base, and like everyone went out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, now these people are going to read it. Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want them to do.
Absolutely.
I know. But like, these are people I know. Like, I was like, great.
I love it.
They're going to be like, man, Dan's daughter, she's crazy.
So back to Hogwarts.
Thank you for your service, Dan.
What house are you?
Oh, I'm definitely Gryffindor. But
Really?
after learning about the wand, I might be Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. I don't know. I'm like on the
What kind of wand did you end up getting?
Oh, it's up there. I can't reach it, but it's cool. It looks like a wand. Like it's brown.
What was supposed to be in the middle, in the center of it? What was the core?
Do you remember the core of my wand? The core of my wand? Oh, he just woke up from a nap, so he's not processing. Elder? I think it was Elder.
You got an, ooh, nice.
Sorry, that's my boyfriend. He's
Hi, boyfriend.
he woke up. Sorry, he woke up at like he goes to work at like 5 a.m. So he kind of slept for a little bit.
I don't blame him.
Yep.
I would have too.
That.
So you are working on the sequel to your book?
I am. Yes.
What's it going to be called?
Highway of the Dead Sabotage.
Sabotage.
So,
when are you expecting to have that out?
It was supposed to be May, but life happened. So
I totally understand.
Like I have the cover and everything.
Nice.
I'm hoping in the next like 2 months or so, I'm hoping to have it out by.
Well,
so I would like to suggest myself as a reader so I can find out what about Lucy.
That's what everyone asks me. They're like, "What happened to Lucy?" I'm like, I don't know yet.
when you do have a release date and you want to start promoting, give me a call. We'll have you back on. We'll promote it.
Thank you.
Dog's barking.
I think those are mine.
Is that yours?
Unfortunately,
I wasn't even certain. It might have been Harley, my little idiot.
No,
dog.
it's Cora. She's losing her mind right at the moment.
Well, this is my little idiot. And he's fantastic, but he's, sometimes he's the smartest dog you'll ever meet, and sometimes he's got the IQ of a banana. He's a lot of fun, but sometimes he's kind of derpy.
I've been described that
Cora
way.
is
derpy.
Cora's scared of her own shadow, but she has to defend the homestead against the noises. And I live in an apartment, and it's Saturday night.
Oh, gosh.
Harley has a pathological hatred of squirrels. Not sure why. I don't know if when he was a puppy, they held him down and slapped him around, roughed him up a little. I don't know. But that dog absolutely hates squirrels. He's never caught one.
Shanked in an alley.
But he will try.
Dia, you put something on your Facebook where it was like William Shatner and a squirrel.
And the squirrel, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, look, a squirrel. And the squirrel's like, look, William Shatner. I have laughed so hard at that thing. Because I love William Shatner, and I'm like, is it weird I can hear that in my head?
I love William Shatner too. You and I have a lot in common.
We do.
I love the pictures that people post of squirrels because they're so emotive. You find these weird little postures and everything. And there's one somebody posted a while back, and the squirrel was like sitting on a corner of like where a wooden fence intersected, and it had its front legs folded. It was like, and I think the caption said, "I want to know what he's pissed off at." And I laughed so hard watching because the thing looks like, the facial expression was so disapproving, whatever it was.
My aunt used to get pissed off that the squirrels would get into her bird feeders. She was very meticulous about feeding her birds. And she'd put them out every year, and the squirrels would always get into them. And she would get a little more inventive every year of the squirrel trap she would put on there to keep the squirrels from getting to the bird feeder. Well, she had this big gray squirrel that lived in her yard, and it was pretty much the boss. I mean, it was way bigger than the other squirrels, and it was not afraid to like muscle the other squirrels out of the way to go get stuff. And it was as big as her. She had a little Pekingese dog, and it was almost as big as the dog.
Wow.
And a big squirrel. Of course, he'd been getting into the bird feeder for years because he'd been eating really good. Well, she put a particularly nasty set of like squirrel traps where they hit they can't scramble over it. There's like a wheel and all kinds of stuff. And I swear that thing walked up on her back deck, sat on its back haunches, and looked at her with its hands together like, "Oh, you challenge me, do you?" And then it promptly got into it. It's like, yeah. Little devious squirrel mind, like,
oh my goodness.
You task me and I will have it.
I have bird feeders, and I can't keep the squirrels out of them. I've given up. I have a bird feeder for the squirrels now. And, I've given up. The birds hate me, but,
I love how smart animals are sometimes. They just absolutely crack you up. We had a bull mastiff, and my wife absolutely spoiled him rotten. We got him in summertime, and it was 1,001 degrees, like Satan's armpit in Missouri in the summertime, with a 147% humidity. And she would let him out in our little fenced-in area in the front yard, and then bring him back in the house when it was bad. Well, that worked fine till winter hit. And, I don't know if you know much about bull mastiffs, but they have short, fine hair. They don't have a thick coat. Well, he would go run out in the yard, take care of business, and he'd come back up on the front porch and shiver. And she'd go, oh, and let him in the house. Then she'd wrap him in a towel and hold him and baby him and stuff. Well, flash forward to the following summer, he's learned this trick, and I let him out in the front yard. And he runs out, comes back up on the front porch. And by this point, he's about 110 pounds. And he's on the front porch looking at me, shivering. I'm like, you ain't fooling nobody. It's 100 degrees out there. You ain't cold. But he'd come back up and just shiver like crazy. Like, oh. My wife's like, oh, the poor thing. He's cold. I'm like, it's 105 out there. He ain't cold.
You talk about how you're amazed by how smart the animals are. The corollary to that, it's amazing to see how dumb some humans are with these smart animals. And my father, I love him so much, and he is a highly educated man. The guy's got 2 college degrees. He's a retired dentist. Since he retired, he's been doing war with the squirrels, and the squirrels are winning. And in the middle of their backyard, they have this gigantic feeder. It looks like a little log cabin. About maybe 2 feet long, but the long walls of it are made out of plexiglass, so you can see right through it. And so it's designed that the birds can land on the front porch or the back porch, and you can see the birds through the feeder. Pretty cool feeder, not squirrel proof. It's made on like a 4x4 piece of timber, and they crawl right up and they open the lid and they climb inside it. Roof lifts up to feed it. And so this one particular squirrel, probably Doug's thug of a squirrel from his days, will climb there and just fill up like inside the feeder. And so my dad happened to surprise him in there one day. And so my father goes out and he's holding the lid down on the feeder, and he's got a broomstick handle and he's banging the plexiglass with it. How do you like that? What do you think now, you little bastard? What do you think? Well, so he jabs this thing, and of course the squirrel goes to apeshit because he's jabbing it with this thing. Well, Dad did think it through to realize that at some point he has to let go of that lid and walk away. So he let go of it, and the squirrel shoots straight up in the air, probably 15 feet, and lands on his shoulder and starts biting his face. My dad had to go through an entire series of baby shots because of this squirrel. He has fallen in the backyard 3 times running out to chase the squirrel.
It's like him and Harley, a good pair.
He bought a taser that was mounted on like a tactical flashlight, so he could stand at the back door and crackle it to scare the squirrel.
He's trying to tase a squirrel.
Well, he didn't want to tase it. He just kind of, tasers make that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking like you tase it.
The door.
Here's how he gets rid of the squirrels. This guaranteed works.
He would do it.
Tell him to do this, and he'll never see another squirrel. In there, in the bird seed, put a bunch of espresso beans. The squirrels will get so hyper they'll just vanish out of this reality.
Well,
if that works, I'll try it.
Someone told him that if you put cayenne pepper in there, they won't smell it and they'll just eat it. It'll burn their mouths. The squirrel would just, eat all the seed, and it would sit there periodically and go, and then it would start eating again. My mom watched a squirrel for hours, like huffing and puffing, trying to cool his face off.
Poor thing.
Oh, that's terrible.
I don't know about you guys, but anytime I hear about squirrels, I think of Christmas Vacation. Did you ever watch that movie? With the
squirrel in the tree.
I just, where's Eddie? He always eats these things. That's one of my favorite movies, man. But
mine too. I love all of the Lampoon Vacation movies, but that's probably the best.
That one's
the cat gets killed under the tree. Still cracks me up.
We had one of our theaters here started playing some older, like playing the movies over again, right in the middle of the pandemic when they didn't have new movies. And one of them was Christmas Vacation. I took my boyfriend to it and he had never seen it before. And I was laughing so hard, but he was kind of like, I think he was laughing more at me laughing at the movie. Because he was just like, why is this so funny to you? And I'm like, it's hilarious.
How can it not be funny?
I know. But he liked it. He thought it was a good movie, but I definitely liked it.
I liked European Vacation and Eric Idle constantly getting run over by. It's just a scratch. I'll be fine. It's
Eric
take
Idle
off on.
It's a flesh one.
Oh, he's my favorite.
My wife likes to go to like gambling and stuff, and she's mentioned going to Vegas a number of times. I said the only way I'll agree to go is if I can find a guy on the strip where I can get my picture made and the big ID under the name of Papa Giorgio, because I just want the ID. And winning every time you hit a slot machine would be nice too.
Yeah,
we'll go home with 6 cards, honey. Trust me.
No, we watched the Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
Monty Python. Thank you. I was trying to come up with that.
Well, I love Monty Python, and one night he and his wife had come over for dinner, and he and I were quoting Monty Python back and forth. And his wife is just rolling her eyes as she does. And my wife's kind of looking at me and she goes, "That's Monty Python stuff, isn't it?" It's like, "Oh yeah." I said, "It's from Monty Python, the Holy Grail." It's like, I've never watched it. I'm like, "Oh my God, you've never watched it?" So I got on Vudu and I bought a copy of it for like $4. And we watched it. And so we're playing the movie and I am laughing my ass off like an idiot through the entire film. And she just kind of looked at me and periodically laughing at the movie like your boyfriend did, Bethany. And then the end credits roll, and she looks at me and she goes, "That's it? That's how it ends?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Oh my God, it has wasted 2 hours of my life." And she just walked away.
That's virtually the same reaction my wife had when I made her watch it.
Oh man,
the
night
yes.
in Holy Grail is what Eric Idle was. There was the takeoff from European Vacation because the knight lose an arm and then a leg, and it's just a scratch.
I love the one where they are. Now I haven't seen the movies all the way through. I've just seen bits and pieces. But I remember the one where she was a witch, like they were accusing her of a witch, and they're like, "She has a witch nose." She's like, "This isn't my nose; it's a false nose."
Like, put this on me.
Exactly. So I like that one.
So you're saying if she weighs as much as a duck, she's made of wood? And therefore a witch! And then when they say, what else floats in water? Ducks, apples, very small rocks, gravy.
She'll turn us into a witch.
She turned me into a newt.
Yes. Well, I got better.
Well, I got better.
I don't even know. I think my roommates. Huh?
What's your favorite Monty Python skit from the show? Or do you ever watch the show?
Well, that was the thing. I never actually watched them all the way through. It was my roommates who would watch some, and I'd walk out at random times. And I was kind of like the one where I had stuff to do, but next thing I know, I'm just standing there for like 2 hours watching it.
When Michael Palin is trying to
see the show.
When Michael Palin is trying to sell the dead parrot to John Cleese.
That is hilarious.
I love Michael Palin anyway. I just love his delivery of things. And I laughed so hard at watching them do that. And I also, Yeah, and I also love in the Holy Grail when they're doing the what is it? When the two the villager and I think it's another peasant are having an argument. Basically, they're debating the Communist Manifesto. They're talking about the violence inherent in the system and all this other. Oh,
all I'm saying is a watery tart lobbing scimitars as people is no basis for a system of government. Yes, I've seen the movie once or twice. Have you ever seen the Flying Circus skit where they're doctors and he's like, "Oh, I see you have the machine that goes bing," and that's how they describe the medical equipment. I said that in the ER one night, and the nurses just looked at me like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And the doctor goes and walked out of the room.
Oh my gosh!
Like somebody got it.
I like my favorites. One of my favorites is, oh gosh, and I think, I don't know if it's Michael Palin or not, but he's the son, and he's come home to his parents, and his dad is a writer, and the son wanted to go work in the factory, and the mom and the dad are just harassing him. You have no idea what it's like having to sleep till noon and get up and drink coffee with your friends and whiskey all night while you write. And he's like, I just wanted a different life from you guys. And oh, it's just the greatest skit. I love it. That's probably one of my all-time favorites. That and I can't remember the name, but everybody in the room has one name. It's like, you guys know what I'm talking about? This is Roger. And then the new guy comes in and his name is James. And like, oh, James, well, that's going to cause a bit of a confusion. Mind if we call you Roger? And
Oh gosh.
my husband and I go back and forth on that one a lot. Fortunately, he's a Python fan too.
When Graham Chapman died, of course, all of the Monty Python guys, eulogized him. And I guess Graham Chapman was known for being ridiculously late all the time. Like he was always hours late. And of course, he'd show up drunk. He was a ridiculous alcoholic. And I remember when John Cleese was eulogizing him, he did like a 45-minute.
It was the best eulogy in the history of the human race.
Oh, yeah. And then he goes, well, Graham should be around any time now. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, oh, it's a funeral. I shouldn't be laughing at this.
No, I want John Cleese to give the eulogy at my funeral. It was the best eulogy I ever heard in my life. Yeah. Are you guys familiar with Cameo? It's this, you can pay X amount of dollars to have a celebrity send you a message. And John Cleese is on there. And I want John Cleese to send me a birthday message to my husband, if you're listening, because when he does his messages, you can see that they do samples of them. He is just vicious. And I love John Cleese almost as much as I love Eric Idle. I think in order, it's probably Eric Idle, John Cleese, Palin. Michael Palin. That's my top three on that show. I love those three.
Well, we've come a long way from talking about books.
Oh,
We've evolved into Monty Python and stupid animal stories.
We're having fun.
We've discovered we all love Monty Python and Mel Brooks. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's kind of the hallmark of this show. We'll stay on topic for short bits and then go crazy off on other tangents for 15, 20, 45 an hour. And then we'll like slowly get back toward the topic. And then somebody will take us into the tangent. It's like shining a little red dot around the room when you have a cat.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's those stupid squirrel.
The squirrel.
Blame the squirrels.
Literally, yes.
Yeah. And obviously short attention spans. Oh, well. So,
For those who can't focus, theater.
Gosh.
So, how soon do you think Sabotage will be out?
I'm hoping in the next couple months. Well, it should be. Okay, I'm going to manifest it. Next couple months, it's going to be out.
Awesome. And when it does, let us know, and we'll let you. We'll have you come back on, and we'll promote it and do everything we need to do to help you get a good launch, which would be awesome. But tell us more about your monster series. What kind of monsters?
Oh, so the Gabby Jones. I feel like that's going to be my big series, but so the first one, well, I mean, I can't tell you what monster they're dealing with in the first one because that's part of the book. But basically, Gabby.
Is it furry? Does it have hair?
Furry.
Yes.
Long teeth?
Face in the woods.
Does it howl? Does it howl?
No, it doesn't howl.
Okay.
It's a rabbit.
Wasn't there a show like Attack of the Killer Rabbits or something?
Well, there was also the murderous rabbit on Monty Python.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And back to the flying circus.
Quick, call Brother Maynard in the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Oh, Lord, bless this thy holy hand grenade. With it thou mayst blow thine enemies to tiny bits in thy mercy.
My cheeks are like hurting from laughing.
Okay, monsters. Not okay. It's furry. It lives in the woods. Has long teeth. Doesn't howl. Got it.
The giant rabbit.
No, I love Gabby. She's actually based off of my cat that I told you that I had to put down when she was 22 years old. Her name was Gabby. So Gabby and then Gabby Jones from Indiana Jones because I freaking love Indiana Jones. In fact, my
Except for the
cat,
first one, which we shall not speak of.
but yeah, I have Sherlock and then I have Indy as my other cat. So that's how much I love Indiana Jones.
Well, the fourth one is like the Voldemort of the series. It too shall not be named.
It just needs to be like its own standalone. Like it was entertaining, which is what a movie's supposed to do. So it entertains.
I don't know if I would agree. Pretty much.
It's not part of my trilogy series,
right?
But
there's two words that you can add to any movie that will automatically make it suck, and those two words are Shia LaBeouf.
Oh gosh.
That's not entirely true. Wasn't
Star
he in
Wars
a
would
zombie
have
movie?
sucked with Shia LaBeouf in it.
He was in a zombie movie?
Maybe not. No, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Or maybe he just seems like a zombie.
Yeah, that could be
his
it.
level of acting talent.
According to him, he's the world's greatest, though, isn't he? I mean, I'm pretty sure he told me that once.
Isn't that every actor?
Pretty much.
So
your dad's trying to get us back on topic.
Dan's trying to drag us back. Please help us,
that's that
Dan.
Air Force mentality right there.
Well, we should shut up and talk about our books already.
Gabby, go back to Gabby.
Yes, Gabby. She basically just travels around the country in an Airstream. She's got her two dogs, Indy and Sherlock, and she's quirky. She's fun. She likes the blues. She likes chocolate chip cookies. And
who's her favorite blues artist?
Oh,
no, we're not going to go
King,
down that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, off topic.
I have a great BB King story.
Oh, okay. Well, before that,
I actually do as well.
Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to go off topic again because
I know. So we're not going to do that.
No, sorry, Dad. I told my dad that when I was younger, I was going to ride the rails and be a blues artist. And he was like, yeah, sure. Okay. We'll see how well that goes. And like, I actually bought like an electric guitar and I tried to teach myself the blues. And then I realized that when you go ride the rails, you don't get to take showers often. And that like ended my career as a blues artist. So that's my whole story.
I love Coco Taylor. That's my favorite blues artist. But I do have a really good BB King story.
Yeah.
My husband used to be the owner, manager, editor of a regional music magazine. And as such, he got a lot of really cool things, free tickets to shows and stuff. And BB King was in town and he was able to get a meet and greet for his brother-in-law, who is probably the world's biggest BB King fan. And so he got to go backstage and meet him and shake the hand of the man who plays Lucille.
Oh my gosh. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. So that's my story. I mean, it seems cool to me anyway.
No, that's cool. That's cool. You said you had one, DA?
Oh, yeah, but it'll keep. I mean, we're talking about your books.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Well, if you're going to twist my arm and get me to talk. Years ago, back before I met my wife, me and some buddies of mine, we took off on motorcycles and rode to Memphis to do the Beale Street pub crawl. And we locked our bikes up at the hotel and we hopped on one of the trams and we were going from pub to pub, getting really stupid drunk and being idiots. But I kept telling them from the very beginning of the night, I want to go to BB King's place. I want to go to BB's. Like, oh no, we're saving it for last. I'm like, all right, guys, but some of these other clubs kind of suck. I want to go to BB's place. And they're like, okay, well, we'll get there. Finally, hours later, a little after midnight, we rolled into BB King's place. and the place was, I mean, you just about had to shoulder check people out of the way to get in the door. But we finally got a spot up at the bar where like the four of us were sitting there and ordering drinks. And the bartender's like, "You guys are going to be really pissed." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Because you guys missed Eric Clapton by about 20 minutes. And I'm just looking at my buddies like, I am going to freaking murder all three of you in your sleep. And they're like, "Well, we're not going to see anything better than that. Let's go someplace else." I'm like, "Ain't leaving. I've been telling you all night I wanted to come to BB's place. I'll see you back at the hotel. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here until they close the place." They're like, "Have it your way." And they saunter off and head for another club. Well, I'm sitting here. I'm already about 9 sheets to the wind. I'm still drinking. And this guy sits down at the bar next to me. And when you get that drunk and you think you're being coy, but you're really not, you're like, "I'm going to steal a glance at this guy." And you want to do this and do that. But it's more like, were you just doing the creepy lean-in stare? Well, apparently I was doing that because I knew this guy. So somewhere through the alcohol, I'm like, I know this guy from somewhere. And he finally, I can see him. He stops mid-drink, and he turns and looks at me and goes, "What?" And as soon as he spoke, I'm like, "You're Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull." He's like, apparently they had played in town that night, and he came out for the pub crawl and wanted to come by BB King's place. So I'm sitting there. He's like, "Shh." So we're talking about Jethro. I'm a huge Jethro Tull fan. Yeah. And he's like, "I'll tell you what." He says, "Drinks are on me. Just shh." I'm like, "Got it." So I'm drinking, and he's telling me stories about like when they played in Antigua, and I mean, places they went, and told me that Martin Barr, their piano player, was the biggest pervert on the planet, and telling me all kinds of really cool stories. Well, BB King walks up, and he starts talking to Ian, and I'm like, the geek brain is going crazy, and BB King says, "Mind if I come around the bar and get a picture with you for the wall?" And he's like, "Yeah, absolutely." So the bartender gets a Polaroid. BB comes around the bar, and he's standing next to Ian Anderson, and the bartender's getting ready to take the picture, and like everybody's moved back out of frame. And just before he takes the picture, there I am with a beer, and I just lean into the frame. And he snaps the picture. So I'm pretty sure it's still on the wall. I haven't been in there in years. But there's a picture of Ian Anderson and BB King and my drunk ass leaning into the frame.
That is awesome.
I couldn't resist. I had to do it.
We had a BB King's in Nashville. It got blown up at Christmas.
What?
Get blown up.
Was it like people were okay? Or
no, there was a bomber in Nashville who set a bomb and took out most of 2nd Avenue.
That's insane.
Wow. It was on the national news.
I think I remember hearing about it, but I didn't realize it was a deliberate. I thought it was like a gas leak.
No. Wow. A guy pulled up in a camper and blasted over his loudspeaker for about 45 minutes. "If you can hear this, leave the area." And then the last 15 minutes, it was like, "You have 15 minutes to leave the area." And then poof, it took out quite a few places, but one of them was BB King's. I don't know if they've rebuilt yet, but hopefully they will.
So he was there for like half an hour saying to leave the area and no one called the cops?
Actually, the cops were busy when they started hearing it. At first, they thought it was a joke or something, but then they were busy evacuating people. They got nobody hurt? Nobody was killed.
Good.
The guy's intent was obviously not to kill people and the cops were able to get everybody evacuated from the area, but BB King's was one of the places that got hit. So
wow,
that's too bad.
Sad. Now Nashville's kind of had a rough year between tornadoes and bombs and COVID, and well, everybody had a bad year with COVID.
No kidding.
I was in Nashville a few years ago for a conference, and I really enjoyed it. Going to the different bars downtown and hearing the bands, and it was
yeah,
and the food.
Yeah, did you go to Puckett's and have some hot chicken?
I did. You gotta hit Puckett's.
There's a place here in Springfield called Hot Cluckers, and you can order it from levels of hotness all the way up to level 4. and level 1 almost kicks my ass. I don't want to try. I don't want to try 4.
Yeah, isn't 4 called something like Blazing Mother Clucker or something like that?
Hot Mother Clucker or something like that.
Hot Mother Clucker. Seriously, yeah, it's a play on things. Apparently,
Their chicken is fantastic, but it'll burn you.
See, that's the thing is I am all about barbecue. Like, I love a good barbecue. And I live in Tucson. So like it's not exactly a barbecue place. Like you want Mexican food, we got you. But
those bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Oh, the Sonoran dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, those are delicious. Yeah.
I haven't had one since the last time I was in Tucson. That was a long time ago.
Yep. It's like we're known for the Sonoran dog and then EG's. EG's is kind of what we're known for. It's like a slushy type thing, but it's not a slushy. It's hard to explain. You just got to try it. So,
I've threatened to recreate the bacon wrapped hot dogs and grill them here, but I don't know if I could do them justice.
They're so good. You got to get the right bread for it. It's perfect.
I love barbecue, but I don't like Southeastern barbecue. So I don't like the barbecue down here at all.
No.
Yeah.
What style do you like, Naomi?
What kind do I like? I like,
what style do you like?
Probably Kansas City or Texas. I like dry rub, and I like the stuff that kind of looks like ketchup, only browner. And down here, it's very, very watery, and I don't like that.
You probably like Kansas City style barbecue.
I do like Kansas City style, yeah.
Springfield, we have a nice little meandering of combining of flavors because we're the third largest metropolitan area in the state. But we're about 2 hours from Kansas City and about 4 hours from St. Louis. Well, St. Louis style and Kansas City style are very, very different. And you get people who are from this area, and they kind of intermingle the two when they grill, and I do too. And it makes for a really neat, I won't go so far as to say there's a Springfield style, but there kind of is. And it's decent stuff.
If you're ever in Missouri, there are 2 places you've got to try. There's one's in St. Louis. It's called Pappy's, and their barbecue is amazing. But count on a wait. If you go there, there's going to be a line, and it's going to be 2 hours long. But it is absolutely worth the wait. And the other is in a little town up by Kansas City called Cameron, Missouri. It's called Tub Creek Barbecue, and probably the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. And it is just freaking amazing.
I've been to Cameron, Missouri.
It's a little bitty town.
Yeah. I have lots of family in that part of Missouri. Well, distant relatives. I've had lots of family in that part of Missouri, I should say. I think I've said this a million times, but my entire family's from Arkansas, and my dad's side's from the northwest corner mainly, although they
pretty close
migrated
to us
there.
here in Springfield, then.
Yeah, you're like Springdale area.
Well, not that far west. Flippin. And, in fact, my dad helped build the Bookshelves Dam. That was he was a dam builder before he became an iron worker. And
we're about 45 minutes from Harrison, where we're at.
My parents, I know where Harrison is. My parents actually, there used to be, I think it's called Galena, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
My parents lived there for a while.
That's what we call a poke and plum town. Poke your head out the window and you plumb through it.
Yeah. So
that's about right.
Galena ain't a big town.
Probably will be a future setting of a book.
It is the county seat of the county, though, so it's technically the biggest city in the county, but it's not a big town.
Windy City was the one that got me when I went to visit my uncle there. I came to a post office at the crossroads of 2 gravel roads, and it said Windy City Post Office. I was like, that can't be right. This cannot be the town. I'm sure there was a town somewhere, but that just blew my mind.
Missouri's got some weird little bitty towns.
We have one.
Like Windyville. Windyville, I'm not even sure it really qualifies as a town anymore. A couple of boarded up buildings and a house.
Maybe that was at Windyville. No, I think it was Windy City.
I think we got a Windy City as well. It's down toward Branson. Yeah,
that would be. And then,
actually, if you take the old highway out past Galena, it's down that way. So.
Yep. But you guys don't have us beat. I can drive within an hour and get to Bug Tussle, Kentucky. There really is a bug tussle.
I used to work at Silver Dollar City where they filmed that episodes of the Beverly Hillbillies. I've been up on that balcony that Granny was on.
Fun story about Silver Dollar City. When I was a kid, before Al Cap retired, there was an amusement park in Arkansas that was based on Daisy Mae and Lil Abner. You guys might remember it.
Dog Patch USA, been there.
And loved to go there. But every time we go to visit my grandma, we go to Dog Patch. It was my big day. I loved it. I always had to run and find Daisy Mae and Lil Abner and get my picture. I've got a million pictures with a million different Daisy Mays and Lil Abners. And then the next day we would go up to Silver Dollar City, which was nothing like it is now. And when my friends, Branson had blossomed and I hadn't been down in that area for quite some time, and they were so excited about going to Silver Dollar City. And I was like, what do you want to go there for? There's this really cool place which by that time it had closed and I didn't even know it. And I was like, there's this really cool one down in Arkansas. It's just south of the border. Go down there instead. They were so mad at me. They said, we could not find any Dog Patch USA. You were lying.
Supposedly somebody has bought that and is restoring the park.
Are they really?
That was the last I'd heard.
Man, that would be
neat if they did it.
Yeah, it's because it's creepy looking the way it is right now.
All run down and decayed, overgrown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it would be cool. I'm sure the people at Crystal Falls would appreciate it too, since they changed the name of their town.
Probably.
But,
Bethany, have you done the tourist stuff down in Tombstone? In that general area?
Yeah,
I've always wanted to.
It's really fun. They do like little shows, and for a while they would actually have like memorabilia for the movie, and they'd have a lot of the actors would come down. So like Val Kilmer would come down a lot, and I think it was Val Kilmer.
Doc Holliday.
Yeah,
I'm your Huckleberry.
So yeah, they do a lot of reenactments. There's actually a place down there called the Birdcage Theater, and it's known for being haunted. So they'll do like haunted tours. There's a ton of haunted things going on around the town. But it's adorable. And there's a place that you actually go down, you get an ostrich burger. So that's kind of interesting.
Wow.
That would be pretty good. I don't think I've ever tried ostrich. I've had emu. I've had black bear. I've had several kinds of snake. If you can hunt it in North America, I've probably eaten it. Yeah. But I don't think I've ever tried ostrich.
Yeah, it's not something you think of when you come to Tucson. Like, oh, Tucson, let's get an ostrich.
Can you imagine the drumstick on that thing?
That'd be awesome.
Need somebody with it.
So tell me, have you done the haunted tour?
No, because once again, like the people I was with, they weren't into it. I was like, so
take your parents now; they'll love it.
You need to hang out with me.
People.
I do, right? We got to do that back roads trip.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be a
We'll
long
meet
time.
up at the
We need you to keep Naoma from getting a ticket.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. I need help there. But that's too bad, because that would have been the first thing I did. Mm-hmm. I love the haunted tour stuff.
I know, those are fun.
My dad's a huge Doc Holliday fan. And of course, Doc was a dentist, before the tuberculosis made him, not do that anymore. And my dad's just obsessed with him. And he went down to Griffin, Georgia, where Doc was actually born. And he was met with Doc's like great nephew or whatever, and got to hear some of the stories and whatnot. And there's a bunch of memorabilia there that Val Kilmer has signed and whatnot. And I keep on joking around. One of these days, if I could ever get him to go on a car ride with me, I would love to take him to Tombstone and just watch him walk through there like a child.
Yeah,
I'd like to see it too.
We had a place, unfortunately the pandemic shut it down, and it was open for so long, but it was called Old Tucson Studios here down in Tucson. And it's where a lot of the Westerns were filmed before it kind of burned down a little bit. But if you watched a Western, it was probably filmed at Old Tucson, the original ones. And they would do this thing called movie nights in the summer, and one of them was Tombstone, and they played Tombstone, and they would bring out like the writers, people involved in the movie, and you would have like a Q&A with them. They did the same thing with Young Guns. They had Young Guns writers out there too, so it was really fun. Lots of history. It was so much fun.
So tell us your story about Tombstone.
My dad's like the biggest cheerleader tonight.
Love it. That's awesome.
Father's Day in an hour. So.
I know.
Like
He's expecting a good present this year.
So that was the story in Tricks, Treats, and Zombies. So it's called Boot Hill, and it was basically had to be Halloween and zombies. That was the only criteria. And so I figured, most stories that you hear are Middletown America. And I thought it would be kind of cool to have just like a fun Tombstone Western type thing. So it's based off of the Boot Hill graveyard, and a group of paranormal investigators come and try and do a show up there, but they don't realize that there's actually real stuff there. So
nice.
It was pretty fun. Yeah, I liked it. It was super fun writing it.
Well, yeah, I think you had another message as well. Take your brother.
Take my brother. Yeah. I'm going to see Rick and I together, man. We're just...
Welcome back, Thomas.
Yeah, I got some good brothers. They're good guys.
I can't think of Tombstone without thinking of that stupid whiskey.
Yeah. Old Overholt.
Old Overholt. Yeah, okay. So I guess Doc Holliday had one particular whiskey brand that he drank, and the stuff has changed names, but the current Old Overholt rye whiskey is what he drank. It's got a new name now as Old Overholt, but whatever it was called back, that was his brand. And so my dad was obsessed with it, and he couldn't find it anywhere. Well, there's a really big liquor store here in Springfield. It's like Disneyland for alcoholics, and it's called Macadoodles. And it's you name it, they can find it. This is the place that sells $12,000 scotch. They've got things. So they have Old Overholt. And apparently the guy sells about 2 bottles a year, and I buy both of them. So, but I bought a bottle for my dad, and so he was, helping me had to try this, and of course he wanted to drink it neat. My dad doesn't drink whiskey, period, but he decided he needed to drink, Old Overholt neat, and that was fun watching. And then DA and I went on a whiskey trying kick where it's like, oh, let's try this now, and I got a bottle of it. And we decided that, back in the Wild West, as the whiskey would move from the east to the west, each stop along the line, they would cut it. People would pour some of it out and take it and then water the rest down with things like turpentine and things of this nature. So by the time it got to places like Tombstone, by the time it got to Tombstone, it was more turpentine than whiskey. And we used to joke that Old Overholt was probably the only whiskey on the planet that got better with turpentine.
Oh gosh!
Yeah, it might have improved.
It was pretty rough stuff. It's about $11 a fifth, and you get what you pay for. And we made an old fashioned with it and decided that was no bueno, and made a Manhattan with it. That was a little better. Yeah. It was pretty rough.
It's probably best suited for disinfecting wounds and getting gunk off your bumper.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Cutting off limbs and stuff.
Exactly. It's pretty brutal when you drink it. It's like, I think this was aged in a car radiator.
Yeah, it did not help matters that same night was this night that we tried 15-year-old Macallan. So, I mean, we had the bar set pretty high that night. But
so we did the upper end and the lower end all in the same night. Oh, that stuff's rough.
I think there's this whiskey I want to try. I think it's called Old Pappy's.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of it?
Pappy Van Winkle's. Yeah.
Pappy Van
Winkle? Yeah. It's like
Winkle.
$50 a shot or something like that.
Yeah, it's it's probably the most expensive off-the-shelf bourbon you can get nowadays.
Yeah, and you can't really get it anywhere too. It only comes out certain times a year, and it's like the unicorn of whiskeys.
Yep. There's a doctor that works at my hospital
that makes me
buys those elegant whiskeys.
Do what?
Whiskey makes her see unicorns.
Oh, that was absinthe.
Oh no, absinthe makes me
Nope.
see the green fairy.
Green fairy, yes. Oh
I
my
can't
God.
do absinthe, man. It's that black licorice taste. I can't do it.
Yeah,
I don't
I
like
was.
black
I've
licorice.
never
I
tried it.
poured
Ugh.
over 2.
That's why I don't
I-
like Jägermeister.
I use 2
Yeah.
sugar cubes when I drink
Even
absinthe.
with that, I can't do
Yeah.
it.
Is it just
Can't
me,
do
or
it.
does Jägermeister taste like the green NyQuil?
Well, so does absinthe.
They're like the same thing. It's like the off-brand.
NyQuil is just poor man's Jägermeister.
Man, I can't do those.
It's Jägermeister they don't card you to buy. Really, I got a
Jägermeister's
cold.
probably-
I got a cold.
Jäger's probably
Every
a
single
very-
night.
I remember that too. My parents do not drink at all. And my mom one time had a cold or something and she was drinking NyQuil and she's like, NyQuil makes me feel just so great. And I'm like, yeah, because there's alcohol.
It does.
No, there's not.
25%
Like she
alcohol.
didn't believe me.
I lived in an old farmhouse, an old haunted farmhouse, by the way, a huge kitchen at the back of the house. The whole back of the house was this kitchen. And then you had to walk through the living room to the front entry, which was a great big long staircase. And I stood at my kitchen sink, took a shot of NyQuil, and got halfway up the stairs.
Wow.
And my first husband and my kids had to basically pick me up. I mean, I just, my head went down on the stair and I was out. And I thought, wow, I don't need to ever do NyQuil again. Of course, I did it again later that night. It really, I could not believe that. I think that might have been my first experience with it. I had no idea how
Hey, Thomas.
how
for joining
quickly
us,
it
man.
could drill.
This
Would
is-
hit me.
This is Thomas Whitney. He's the first guy that saw the movement on my video.
Ah,
Yes, all because Steve had to pee.
yeah, we call him Sweet Pea now.
Sweet.
Nice.
See, you're the one I need to go to the LBL with because you're the one who actually sees them moving.
Yeah, he'll spot it. He's got an eagle eye.
Very far distance.
Yeah.
I've got the bifocals, so no.
I'll take binoculars and be about 1,000 miles away. How about that? I don't want to be anywhere near that.
As long as I have, what was it that Nick Valente drives?
Oh, the
I want one
Humvee
of
at
those.
H3?
Yeah, that's what I want. Then I'll go. Actually, I think I am going to go in the next few weeks.
Nice.
We want, my wife and I, we want to take a road trip up there and do some filming. There's a couple places I want to film some videos for my YouTube channel on. So I think that's definitely on the stop list at some point.
Yeah, well, let's meet up there for coffee and
Sounds good to me.
yeah, borrow Nick's vehicle.
Yeah, by all means, Bethany, join in.
It's a little further to drive.
A little bit.
I'll pick you up at the Nashville airport and we'll drive back roads up
We'll
there.
stop for some barbecue.
Yep,
Yeah.
gotta get that barbecue, man. I need that
We'll
barbecue
swing-
mac and cheese.
We'll swing through Memphis and get us some Beale Street barbecue.
Man,
Okay.
just make sure you bring the designate the person bringing the whiskey.
Yeah. Or in
I
my
was bring
case,
your own
apparently
whiskey.
NyQuil.
Just don't mix them up.
I think they'll have the same effect regardless.
Yeah, when in doubt.
I think we
Oh,
lost
my.
Steve. I don't know where he went.
Yeah,
Maybe he's trying to attract another dog man.
He may be.
yeah. Sweet Pea,
You
not
guys,
Steve.
are you guys drinking tonight?
I'm out of coffee now, so I'm getting ready to fill my whiskey tumbler with some Bushmills Irish.
I'm out of hippie shake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got
It's-
classy and went from the bottle straight to a glass. So
Ooh,
I'm classy tonight.
Ooh,
Yes.
look at you in that decanter.
That's your Bushmills, huh?
That's the Bushmills Black.
Nice. Man, you messed me up, man. I tried that Dalmore 15 year,
Hmm.
and that was so good. That
I
was
told you.
so delicious. And now I'm like, I wonder what the 25 year tastes like. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, I can't afford the 25. I can't. Downmore 25. I can't afford to sniff the cork on that.
Well, I was over in Vegas, and I forgot what it was. I think it might have been a Macallan 25. And whatchamacallit, I was asking if they had any whiskey. They're like, oh, we have this and this, like cheap stuff, horrible, disgusting stuff you never want to sniff. And, you know, I was like, well, do you have Macallan? They're like, oh, we have the Macallan 25 here. And I was like, well, bring me a glass of that. And they were
Oh
like,
my
well,
God, how much was that a glass?
only way we can bring it to you is if you charge it to your room or you have a specific drink credit for it. Because I'm sitting at the table. They're like, we can't serve that to the table. And I was like, what do you mean you can't serve it to the table? How much is it for the room? And they're like, oh, it's about like what is it, $900 for a 4-ounce or whatever. And I was like, what the hell are you smoking?
Whiskey.
That's like lottery winnings, winnings level money.
I was like, I'm sitting at, you see what table I'm sitting at, right? I'm not sitting at the $1,000 bet level table.
You know, I could sell 100 million copies of my books and get a Netflix deal and just have everything running in. But if I ordered a $900 glass of scotch, my wife would beat me to death.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one of those drinks I feel like you have to be so rich that they're bringing it to you for free.
Yeah.
Like an influencer or something.
There's Sweet Pea.
Hey.
Steve, have you heard your new nickname?
Well, no, I didn't.
Sweet Pea.
Sweet Pea.
Where did this come from?
Apparently,
Last week, remember?
Oh,
DA
yeah.
said he drank sweet tea and you had Sweet Pea.
That's right.
So,
Oh
And
my
that's-
God.
And that's what attracts the dog man.
yeah.
The dog man attractant. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I had to step away for a minute. We my big dog Cora that we were talking about. She's been sick the last couple of days, and we found out we got her to the vet today. We found out she has a kennel cough. Basically, she's got coronavirus, but
Wow.
in dogs. And so we've got her on some. She's going to be fine. She just has a cough. It hasn't slowed her down any. But we started her on some steroids today. Well, although she's housebroken, she just decided to flood my hallway with urine. So as I was taking a bio break, I had to clean up my dog. So,
There you go.
sorry for the delay, guys.
That's all right.
No worries. I switched from coffee to the Bushmills Black.
Hey, there we go.
Macallan Classic Cut. That was a gift from the Nightmare Hunter himself. So
Sweet.
Nice.
it is not my
Classic
norm,
Cut is on.
but I am definitely enjoying it.
Speaking of the
The
Nightmare
Classic
Hunter,
Cut
how's
is
he
on my
doing?
try list.
He's doing okay. He's not 100%. You know, it's going to take a while, but you know, every day is a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, and that's all you can really hope for. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Him and I haven't been in I haven't been in touch with him much lately. He's been so busy.
Yeah, and when he's not like, I rarely get a chance to talk to him, you know, outside of, you know, a show, you know, that
Yeah.
that's doing. So he's got so much going on, and it's, you know, one of those things that's part of the problem, you know. So, you know, you just got to take your breaks when you can and rest when you can and try to take care of yourself as much as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can't do. Well, give him our best when you talk to him again.
Yeah, same here.
I will definitely.
Hopefully, I'll see him Monday night. We have a Nightmare Hunter scheduled for Monday. We even have a guest lined up, but I haven't talked to Roger to even know how he feels about doing the show. So I may be winging the Nightmare Hunter solo.
Mm.
What's
I guess
Nightmare
we'll see.
Hunter?
Nightmare Hunter is a different show. It focuses more on cryptids than on me on DAX Machina. We'll have like you. We invite authors on. We talk books. We talk horror stories, and we'll throw in some cryptid stuff. And once in a while, I'll do some stuff for my books as well, especially if we don't have a guest that night. But the Nightmare Hunter deals more with actual cryptids. We do mostly cryptid stories and we've had a couple authors on there, but they're authors that had cryptid stories and stuff like that.
That
And
sounds
we've
really
also
cool.
had
It's a fun show.
a lot of drunk, wild chicanery.
That has happened once or six times.
Yes. So it just kind of depends on the night and the mood. We try to stay on topic as much as possible. But, you know, after a few drinks, you know, stuff happens.
Yeah, if you stay on topic like we have, then you're doing a great job.
I don't know what topic is.
Or nights when Dream finishes off an entire bottle of scotch.
Well,
Did you tell them about that?
No, I didn't.
We're doing
And
poorly
the bad thing
sober
was is
tonight,
it wasn't
so-
inexpensive scotch either. He pretty much downed an expensive bottle of scotch
Oh,
in the span of like 3 hours.
I think it was the first show we did.
Yeah.
Whatchamacallit, Roger, or the Nightmare Hunter himself, told us to bring a bottle and bring a collectible, something to kind of let the audience know who you are and what's your things and kind of how to associate with you so much. And I brought pretty much $100 bottle of scotch. Was over $100.
And
I forget how much. I forgot how much it was.
Killed it.
But and then it started off. This is the bottle, and then we were all like, oh, let's just pour ourselves a drink. And then it became, oh, every time we get a like, we're taking a drink. Every time we get a comment, we're taking a drink.
And when the audience caught on that we were taking the shots of actual whiskey, every time they got a like, they flooded us.
Yeah. And 6 hours later, I think that show went like 6 hours. It was pretty intense. And yeah.
I'd like to say we got sidetracked a lot, but it was more just there was never really a focus to begin with.
There was never really a moment to not be drinking, to be honest. Like every 5 seconds, it was like, hey, we got a like. Hey, we got a comment.
Well,
hey, we got a like. Hey, we got a comment.
When I joined this show after I guess it was the second episode that I joined, second or third, they told me about the like thing, and so the instructions DA gave me is bring a bottle of whiskey and maybe a cup of coffee. So I brought well, every time I get the like, I was taking a drink. Well, I wasn't taking tiny little sips. I was taking an actual drink, like I was hydrating. And I realized that I had about 2/3 of a bottle of Blackbush, and it was gone by the end of the show. And it was like even the comments was like they keep calling me Wild Man on the show, which is hysterical because I'm anything but. But it's like
because Steve
Wild Man's almost out of booze. Hit him again.
Because Steve Milquetoast Monrotis doesn't have the same zip.
There you go.
Hey, we know what you have to go through with your job on a regular basis, and you are a wild man, sir. What is it? What is it you said? I know how to keep you alive long enough to hurt.
Oh yeah, so I've got my youngest daughter is 20. She's a very, very sweet girl, and so she started dating this fellow a year and a half ago, maybe. He's also a really nice guy, engineering student, pretty cool kid. Well, Haley, I guess, just doesn't trust me, and so she goes, "You need to, you can't do the gun thing when he comes over." I'm like, "What do you mean the gun thing?" And she goes, "Well, you can't have the talk about the guns. Don't do the cleaning the guns in front of him and whatever." I'm like, "Okay." So he comes over and he asked me what I did for a living, and I told him I was a nurse. And he goes, "You're a male nurse." I'm like, "Yeah." And he had this kind of not quite a smirk, but almost. It was an inside joke that I just didn't know there apparently. And I said, "Yeah, you know what that means?" And he's like, "No." And I said, "Well, it means that I've studied every organ in your body, and I can kill you as slowly as I want to. And then when it gets to the point where I want to do that, I can bring you back and start it all over again." So,
ooh, that's nuts, man. Hey, so I do have a question for the two ladies that are here. I am looking to get into some new stuff, and I realize that you guys are friends of D.A. Roberts, and I've loved all of his stuff so far. So I was wondering where I can find your guys' stuff, because I am totally into looking into more horror genres and more horror. Anybody?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I forgot I had my mic muted.
And I saw your lips moving. I'm like, I don't hear anything.
Hey,
I'm like, how much
Robert.
did I drink?
No, it's me. No,
Okay. No, go right ahead, Neil.
no. I wanted you to take that. Actually,
Oh, so mine is, you can find me on Amazon, and it's Highway of the Dead Uprising, and then I'm part of an anthology that's called Tricks, Treats, and Zombies. So, and then the second Highway of the Dead will be coming out. I manifested it in the next couple months, so it'll be
Nice.
coming out
Okay.
soon. Yep.
Highway of the Dead.
Highway of the Dead. Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
I have my little book right there.
Nice.
There you go.
So
Now,
I like the
your
cover. They do
the
a good job.
Gabby stories that you're talking about,
Yeah,
is that a separate book series you have out now, or is it something that you're
it's
in the
yeah,
process
it's
of putting out,
not
or what
out
is it?
yet. Yeah, so because zombies was kind of just okay, so I got into reading all the zombie stuff. Like I started with Mark and then Sean and then John and then Mike and everyone. And so I realized that zombie was kind of my niche to get in. So that's why I started writing zombie stuff. And then Gabby Jones, I feel is, man, I'm so passionate about her. So after I come out with Sabotage is when I'm going to be coming out with the first Gabby Jones. So that one is the one I'm just super excited about because I love monsters. I love cryptids. I love all of it. And I'm excited to do those.
Check out the links.
Yep.
Right Throwing the
Oh,
links
yeah.
on the bottom.
There we go.
And I posted them again in
go.
the chat room.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Okay, so
So
I'll be looking for
obviously you
Highway of the Dead from Bethany.
you
And
can't obviously let us know what the monsters are. Are you thinking like cryptid kind of monsters? Are you thinking like just a traditional universal kind of stuff? What kind of stuff is in your mind?
The first couple books are kind of a little traditional, but and there is cryptid ones in there. But I think it's just kind of wherever Gabby takes me. There's going to be an underlining story that links everything through. So as I'm working on that, it's kind of determining where she's going to go and what she's going to encounter. So if you like X-Files or Supernatural or Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where like every episode is like a different type of monster, that's kind of what the book's going to be like. Yeah.
that's
So
that's super exciting. It's hard to do that in a book. I feel like for a TV series, that's one thing because you're dealing with short attention spans of people, and I feel like for books, that must be a really big challenge to be able to pull something like that off. So congratulations. I'm super
Thank
happy
you.
and super excited to read that.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm excited to write it.
Yeah.
I gotta write it first.
I did have to kind of guess push you on the spot, Bethany, because I haven't had the pleasure of reading Uprising. I heard your name in circles, but I'm still trying to catch up. I made the mistake, and I hope Sean doesn't hate me for this. I tried to start Sean's series, and then I realized there's Sean Chesser. Then I realized there's 15 books, and I don't have a lot of free time, and I'm partway through like book 4, so I'm kind of hung up there. They're wonderful. I'm going to finish the whole thing. I love it, but his are set off a certain way from your typical zombie story. Your DAs are set off a certain way. What sets Uprising off from the rest of the zombie genre? Like, what's your unique take on it?
I think with Uprising is instead of like a rage virus or some type of virus that goes through that kind of starts a lot of zombie stuff, mine comes from meteors. So it's actually a meteor shower that lands and it affects people a little differently. So there's different types of zombies. And then there might be, so there might be a couple other elements added into there. So I can't give it away, but like a couple books down the series, there's going to be a whole nother element besides a zombie genre. That's part of it that kind of masterminded the zombie stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
And you're going to explain why some of the zombies are leaders and some of them are followers. And
yeah. And that was actually one of the ones that when I told you that my parents were like, we got this idea, like I listened to them because it's a great idea. So
yeah.
Thanks to my parents for thinking that up.
I love it. Well, as we were talking, I downloaded it on Amazon. I want to make sure I get to read it. But if my list of books I'm wanting to read were real physical books, it would be the stack that would fall over and kill me in my sleep. So unfortunately, they're all on my Kindle. But I'm I'm excited about it. It sounds good.
There's a lot of good books out there, and especially Sean. Like he writes amazing books, and Mark and John O'Brien. Like I'm like obsessed with his books because he has such a different take on stuff. And then Mike Evans, he took me under his wing, man. He's like my mentor. He basically held my hand through all of the publishing process. So big shout out to Mike because he helped me out with a lot.
He's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah.
Dude. Well,
I
you
love
know,
the origin idea with the media. That's awesome. That's something completely different that I haven't even heard of. So kudos to that. That's awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, that actually happened where one of the scenes in my book, and it's not really a spoiler, but how you meet Alex as she's driving in the middle of nowhere, like back home, and a meteor just flies over her head, like lights up the sky. And that actually happened to me. I was driving home, and it was one of those meteors that went from like New Mexico down through Arizona and then Mexico and Las Vegas and all that. So people reported it, and I was driving home, and just the sky lit up like it was day, and I'm like, what the heck was that? And like I slammed on the brakes and like swerved. I was so glad no one was behind me. And then I got outside my car, and there was this loud boom. I'm like, what was that? And then that's when we found out it was a meteor that just kind of went
and
across.
Then you immediately were like, a book.
It definitely spurred some creativity right there. But I was like, man, that's a cool little concept. Like I haven't heard that too much.
No,
it's great that you've got a real world tie-in like that, because an event like that paints such a vivid image, and then people that saw that will go, oh, I remember that event. Mm-hmm. And then it adds that sense of veritas to your books.
Yeah. And not
veritas,
only that,
that's a good word.
Oh, I know. I'm writing that down as well.
Yeah. Kudos. Good job.
Yeah. No, that kind of goes back to what I've heard DA say a couple times. You know, when he was he was, I don't want to say mentoring me, but you know, I was asking for some advice on some writing and stuff, and you know, he just told me like, you know, you have to write your book. Like nobody else can write your book. You know, and you guys were kind of talking about that the other day too when I was on. When I was asking like for advice for new writers, just write, just do it. You know, it's your story in your words, in your head. And, you know, just being able to experience that event as a reader, seeing that, you know, we're looking through your eyes essentially. And that's freaking an amazing connection, you know? So that's pretty cool. I like it. I can't wait to read it.
That's what I was excited about with this group. The indie horror group, like it's such a tight knit group, and everyone is so supportive, and I love that. You know, a lot of authors try to compete with each other, but I have always found just the horror community has just brought everyone in, and they're so excited to hear everything, and everyone's to share stuff and cross promote, and it's
Absolutely.
awesome. Yeah. I love just how the camaraderie that everyone has is just great.
Oh, sure. And frequently, I mean, I've noticed that too, just as an outside observer. You know, secretly everybody wants to win that Bram Stoker Award. Don't get me wrong. But, you know,
I'm honestly, I'm really not interested in awards. Just not. To me, the best accolade is satisfaction of the reader.
Well, I've given you the best hat award.
Best hat award.
That's the Kolchak the Night Stalker hat.
Yes.
There you go.
Cheers to that.
But yeah, they do seem to be very supportive. And, you know, everybody I've gotten to meet through this show, they're always, anything I can do to help, you know, look me up or whatever. And it is a tight network. It seems. Pretty cool.
And real quick, I wanted to respond to Robert Miller. I hope he's still listening. I wanted to say thank you for that canteen cup. I love it. I've already used it like many times. And not just for whiskey. That was an awesome surprise present, and I love it so much. So thank you very much. And it's inside. It's actually in the dishwasher because I just used it. So it is washing right now.
Yeah, Robert Miller is a pretty interesting dude. He's the first person I've seen that can drink fine whiskey out of a canteen cup and look cool doing it.
Yeah, totally.
He's an awesome guy.
Well, you know what? Actually, I found out I'm not a small man. I'm a chef, and I'm a cook, and we own a restaurant and stuff like that. So I'm not on the small side. And I found my new love for that canteen cup is to stick it in the freezer. And then I like to eat my ice cream out of it.
Oh, wow.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because
There you go.
it keeps it colder longer. It doesn't melt. I can put more in it. I can essentially build like a small sundae with the damn thing. And it's freaking awesome.
Nothing wrong with that at all. I've never thought of using it for ice cream. I always drink
like,
whiskey out of
creative.
mine.
I was like, metal cup. Metal stays cold very long.
Well,
I
I'm
leave it
going
to,
to bow out for a quick second. I just need to use the restroom, but I will
Okay.
be right back.
Not a
Channeling
problem.
your
Right.
inner Steve. I get it.
And yeah, seriously.
Well, since she's going to be stepping out for a minute, I didn't want to take any focus away from her. While she's gone, I'm going to make a quick announcement. About 7 years ago, I made a promotion for one of the first of the Ragnarok books for a Father's Day promotion.
Saw that.
And it popped up in my memories feed the other day, and I was like, that's kind of cool. I think I'm going to do that again. So I've created a meme, and it said, this Father's Day, sink your teeth into Ragnarok Rising the Awakening for free. It's coming up on midnight. In about 40 minutes, it will go live on on Amazon. And Amazon, book 1 of the Ragnarok Rising saga, The Awakening, will be free for 24 hours for Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yay, happy Father's Day.
I need to
Cheers.
share that with my son.
Yep. And to all the single moms out there too, happy Father's Day.
Absolutely.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Thank you. They have no idea what my boys have planned. They won't tell me.
I'll show a picture of my daughter real quick, my youngest at least. There she's at.
Aw.
That's when she was a little one. She is now going on 12 this year. So time flies. As I like to say, tempest fuck it.
Now I don't feel so bad about that rug burn story.
Yeah, Thomas broke the F barrier.
Oh,
Usually it's me, but
no, usually when I'm on, it's me. And we all know that's true. After a couple glasses of whiskey, I'm breaking every barrier.
You know, Thomas, I do have to admire your creativity though, because all the rest of us were sitting there and Robert Miller sends us a canteen cup and we're like, hey, I could drink whiskey out of this. You're the only one who wasn't quite the raging alcoholic and discovered you could use it for other things. So
No, I am a raging alcoholic. I'm just also a fat ass.
he's very, very practical when it comes to food.
Yeah.
There's a very fine line between alcohol and sugar, and I don't think it's really that visible.
Right? Well, it's visible on my headset.
I don't like to refer to myself as fat. I prefer calorically gifted. So it makes me feel better about my self-esteem.
Well, I used to look at my BMI chart and I was like, I am totally too short for my weight. Like, I need to really work this height thing.
Not overweight, just under tall.
Yes, exactly.
There you go. You're like, I'm not fat. I'm just too damn short. It's not my fault.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, if I was 7'2", I would be perfect.
Right.
Your
I'm not
brain can
overweight,
only
I'm
grow.
undertall.
Your brain can only grow so big inside your skull. It has to spread out somewhere.
Yeah, I need to be like
So,
8'5", and then I'll be the right size.
find a Gugway growth chart. Will be all right.
We just need a new chart. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Or just use the chart to light the fire to start the campfire outside, or light the grill.
There you go.
Whatever works, man. Whatever works.
Oh,
All
man.
scales are liars. All charts are wrong.
Yeah. We have a scale in our garage, and we use it to weigh our luggage before we check it in. That's my use for it. I'm like, if we're going on a flight, I'm sure this is under 50 pounds. I don't want to pay extra.
That's whiskey money.
Yeah.
Whiskey money that'll be wasted.
Well, the post that I just showed, this one, I'll remind everybody,
Yes.
has now been shared across my Facebook media, and I may be sharing it to some of the other social media. Well, it's on Twitter as well, and you guys heard it here. So if you have not had a chance to read The Awakening, this is your chance to risk-free read Awakening for free.
Yep. And be prepared to buy the next how many books?
9.
Next 9 books of the Ragnarok's Rising, because that I haven't read it yet, because funds being what they are, and time being what it is. For those of you who don't know, I work like 6 days a week, open to close. Like that's just what it is. So reading time is slim, but I try to do everything I can. So soon I will be picking up. Hey,
Got a comment from Roger himself, the Nightmare Hunter.
Oh.
Nightmare Hunter himself.
How do you say Nightmare Hunter in Spanish?
El Jefe. I don't know.
El Jefe. I'm Jefe. He's El Guapo.
Oh yeah, there you go. Big boned. Yep. Yes, General.
No.
That is what it is. But yeah, no, I'm super stoked. I am not going to get it for free though. I am going to purchase all of these books full pop, because I like to support my peoples.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know you have a preference for paper, but
Yes.
take advantage of the free free Kindle. Go ahead and get it, because even if the book's for free, if it gets into the Amazon bestseller range for free, I get a lot more notice, and it will attract people toward the other
saying
books.
that, like, people downloaded it for free.
Right.
Got you.
Even though it's free, it'll still show up in the Amazon sales rankings.
El Cazador de Pesadillas.
Very cool.
Now I want a quesadilla. Thank you. I don't know. Now, see, going back to the other thing we were talking about. All right. Oh, whiskey is a wonderful thing.
You didn't mention that, Bethany. We were just complimenting our waistlines.
Oh, hey, Roger. This is the Macallan Classic cut. And thank you so much for that. That's an awesome gift, and I am definitely enjoying it.
As you should.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to try that one yet.
It's nice. It's on the, I guess, on the tangier side, if I can describe it correctly. It's not like it's hard to explain, especially after you've drank in a few glasses.
Well, read the description on the bottle. It should say what notes and everything.
And you want me to read this right now?
Oh, I know. I didn't think you could read, but come on now.
Sweet lightness brought by ex-bourbon casks with the depth and complexity of the Macallan Sherry Seasoned Oak Cask. It's a limited edition, delivers a full-flavored and memorable whiskey to savor.
I want to try it.
It's good. It is really good. Natural color, product of Scotland. 55% alcohol. I'm going to stop reading. Anyway. Hey, welcome back. We got Bethany back.
Yep.
Everything come out all right?
Nice and smooth.
Good.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
And the chances of her coming back just plummeted.
No.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Wah, wah, wah.
I apologize.
That's why we can't have nice things, Thomas.
That's right.
Oh, man. Dang it. All right, I'll go sit in the corner. Time out for me.
So, what kind of food do you serve at your restaurant?
We have a Vietnamese food restaurant. So we've been going at it for just over 4 years. We've been winning awards every year for best Vietnamese in the parish, best pho in the parish. So we do like pho, we do stir fry dishes, we do like sandwiches, or we call them po' boys in Louisiana.
Even a banh mi?
Yes. But so there's not a large Asian community in our immediate area, so we have called them po' boys because that's what they know.
But if I
So-
went there and ordered it, you'd know what I was asking for, right?
Oh yeah, actually, I am Hispanic, but I had to learn the entire menu in Vietnamese because when we first opened, I had literally only one other person in the kitchen spoke 100% English, and everybody else was Vietnamese. So it was like some broken English, but mainly Vietnamese. So I had to learn how to call out the entire menu in Vietnamese so that we could all communicate correctly, and they knew what I needed, and I knew what they needed, and stuff like that. So that is the extent of my Vietnamese knowledge. But I
Do you
can
ever
talk
get frustrated? Do you ever get frustrated with people who come in and order pho?
every day. Every day.
Do you correct them?
No, because I like having
Yeah.
people coming in the door.
Yeah, but it would drive me nuts.
No, I leave that to the servers.
Yeah.
I'm in the back. I'm in the kitchen, so I'm just cooking food. Every once in a while, I poke my head out, but my sister-in-law takes care of the front of the house, and I take care of the kitchen, and it works in tandem like that. So I do my thing, she does her thing. No heads are butted. That drink was meant for no, Roger. You bought a different drink for him. I remember that.
Well, it looks like we're being joined by the Nightmare Hunter.
Hey,
Hey, Raj.
you bought a different bottle for him.
Sorry, I'm trying to kill the TV. I apologize.
That's okay. I forgive you.
Bethany,
Dream.
this is Roger Noriega, the Nightmare Hunter. He's the host
Hello.
of the Nightmare Hunter show we were talking about earlier.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hola, everyone.
Yes.
How's the digestive system working for you?
Thank you for asking. I've made friends with yogurt quite a bit. I had 2 of them right now. But it is improving, thank you. Even up to yesterday, I wasn't feeling a difference. And I think I've turned the corner.
That's
And
good.
It was, I'm feeling better. Thank you for asking, yes. It's no fun, but I think long term, I'm going to be able to kick it out. Sorry, that was lame. Thank you for the setup, though. Diverticulitis is no fun whatsoever. So,
Okay. It's digressing slightly, but we were talking whiskey earlier. Bethany, I got to ask you. You labeled yourself on your profile as a whiskey girl. What's your poison?
Oh, Maker's Mark. I like Makers.
I generally get my old fashions made with Makers.
Yeah, but when I'm broke, it's Jack. So whichever one.
I understand that. That is perfectly understandable.
Steve,
Yeah,
what
when
is
I'm
it?
feeling
What did you
fancy,
always say?
it's a Woodford. So
Woodford Reserve is good.
yes, yeah, that one's good too.
Have you ever had Whistle
Oh.
Pig?
No,
It's actually really good.
Whistle Pig.
Do you know what a Whistle Pig is?
No, but I
It's-
love
it's-
that name.
It's hillbilly slang for a groundhog.
Ground.
I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna put it on my list.
That's what the hillbillies call groundhogs, is whistle pigs, because they'll whistle through their teeth at you if you
They
get too
will.
close to one. And they can be quite mean when they want to be. They look cute. They're like a chubby little capybara, but don't try and pet one.
No.
You won't do that twice.
Pass
You'll be lucky
on
if you you'll be lucky if you don't draw back a bloody stub where your hand was.
Yeah, DA and I also have several echelons of whiskey that we will drink depending on the finances at the time. And we always would joke that he and I have Valley Park taste and a trailer park budget. And so, we get 1 or 2 nice bottles a year, and the rest of the time we just drink whatever we can afford.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
Roger, or scorekeeper, which show are we on? Nightmare Hunter. That's the one. Why don't you show him the bottle that I got you? Still in the box.
Glenlivet.
Oh,
Steve.
Glenlivet.
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
There
one's
you go.
one of my favorites, so I had to buy it for him.
when Dream was here, and all I can say is that I was rather weary because we collected quite a few bottles of liquor for our program, and I was telling Dream, dude, we're spending way too much. This tongue doesn't understand the finer the finer stuff that we have. I drink soda. I drink Mike's Hard Lemonade. That's it, man.
Well, you have to remember.
I'm not going to understand what this is.
Yeah, you have to remember. I was under the anticipation we were going to have Big Dog and maybe a few other people there at the same time. So I brought over that, and I brought over the Dalmore 15, and that's
Dude, how much money? I'm sorry. How much food did we have in the office, dude? We had quite a bit.
Yeah, we had a lot of food.
We were expecting quite a bit, but they just weren't able to make it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was not what we were expecting, but it was lovely what we had.
Bethany, have you ever done any of the Kindle Vella, the new Kindle Vella program?
No, I keep getting messages on it, but I haven't actually opened the emails on it. I don't know anyone who's been doing it either. Have you?
I think Alan Gamboa is doing the Vella.
Okay.
I need to ask him how it's working for him. I don't really want to do it because it doesn't seem like you're really going to get paid anything, if at all.
It's supposed to be like short stories, right?
Exactly, like serialized, like you're doing, releasing a book a chapter at a time, that kind of thing. But I would rather just release it as a book personally. I was wondering if you'd done any of the Kindle Vella.
No, they sent me all the info for it, but I've been lazy and I didn't open the emails.
Yeah, they sent me the emails as well, and I read about it. And the more I read about it, I'm like, I don't think I want to do this. I think I'd rather just write the book and sell the book.
Exactly. I like having something in your hand,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hold around, and those are pretty cool. But I feel like I need to come out with a few more books first before I can just do like a little electronic series.
How long did it take you to write your first book?
Wow. Okay. A long time, but that's only because I was in a marriage that wasn't the best. So I would retreat to my writing room and I would just write. And I wrote a couple of different things, and that book was kind of just off and on whenever I felt like writing in it. So that one took a few years, but I wasn't looking to publish or anything. I was just writing. That was all. So it was just an outlet. And then once I published, now all of a sudden everyone's like, hey, where's book 2? And I'm like, oh, I got to write like more. So working on book 2. But that first one, that one definitely took a long time, but there was no intention to publish it originally. So
I spent about 18 months writing the first Ragnarok book.
Yeah.
Start to finish. And I tell everybody what I learned writing that first book was how not to write a book, because I had to go back and fix so much. But I've got my system pretty well down now. I know how I want the books to be laid out. I know my format. I know my pacing. So now I'm cranking them out a lot faster than that. But that first one was I never knew if it was even going to see print at that time. I thought the only way I thought it could get published was go through a traditional publisher. So I went that route with the first book, and it was a process.
Yeah. This one, there was no, I think because I had so many other stories I was working on at the same time that I just had no intention of publishing this one originally. So it was just kind of, I would work on this and then that and then this and then that. And then randomly I would build it up. And then finally someone was like, why don't you publish it? I'm like, oh, I guess I could do that. So I did.
Do you plan to remain in Indy, or do you want to try to shop around?
I prefer Indy just because I love having control over everything. I mean, when you think of traditional publishing, you still have to do your own marketing and editing and all that stuff. So it's like, well, why not just do your own and have full control? So and
with a traditional publisher, you still have to send them a synopsis, and they can go, no, I don't want to print that. I want you to change this.
Exactly.
And
I mean,
now I can do like the Simon Pegg, the jog on.
Yeah.
I'm not changing the damn thing. It's my book.
I mean, if someone comes up to me and offers me like a 6-figure deal and all these books, I mean, I'm going to take that, but that's not going to happen. So I'll do an indie book.
Don't say never.
I know. Okay.
Don't
All
say
right.
never.
Manifesting.
The boy says money
Manifest.
talks and bullshit walks.
Yep.
Well,
It's like, you want me to do
Well-
what now? For how much? Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
On a
Well,
beer.
BA and I already had the understanding that when he makes it big with that 6-figure Netflix deal, I'll become his personal nurse and bartender, and we're both done with it. Yeah, that'll be.
Nurse and bartender. You're just helping yourself.
Well, hopefully you're getting some
Self-serving,
attention
but-
tonight. Steve already got your book, and Tony Konopka says, ordered myself a copy of Highway the Dead Uprising. Looking forward to reading Bethany's work and can't wait
Nice.
for the upcoming sequel and her monster series to follow. Sounds really great. I agree.
Yeah. The monster series sounds very interesting, but
I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for it.
So you planning on doing like a whole series of the monsters? Like,
Oh yeah. That's kind of the book that's been building within me for just years. But like I said, zombies, I feel like kind of was my foot in the door because every person that I was friends with was a zombie author. So I'm like, well, I gotta do zombie then because that's what everyone has. So I started with the zombie, but man, that Gabby Jones series has just been building within me.
I had a pretty good run with my Ragnarok series. People
Yeah.
seem to like them pretty well, but it wasn't until I started writing the cryptid series, the monster books, that I really started getting noticed. And I think it's a good way to go. I mean, I think there's a lot of market there, and people are always looking for something scary. And if there's anything I can do to help along the process, just feel free to let me know. Whenever you're doing a release, write a blog entry about the release, and I'll put it on my blog.
Cool. Thank you.
Sure. Happy to.
And we can do a show about it too.
Yes. I'll buy more
monster thing is-
99s.
There you go.
The monster thing is up and coming now too. I mean, for a while there, I don't know if it's the same way now because I've kind of gotten more focused on my reading, but the zombie genre was saturated for a period of time. Like every time Dick and Harry had a zombie book, and a lot of the stuff, even on the professional market, not professional, but mainstream market, was not that good. So it was hard to be noticed. And I think we're at the cutting edge of the monster genre. And I think when you get Gabby Jones out, I think it's going to take off. It's going to gather attention. Because I was really surprised at how well Codename Wild Hunt did. Like several of the book ideas. Someday when DA is like world famous, there'll be a picture of my dining room table and a bottle of scotch on it. Where the brainstorming happened for some of this stuff. And I think you're catching the right time. You're at the peak. The first started to climb the hill on this, and it's going to be big.
Awesome. Thank you. That means a lot. So thank you.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, now I have to write it. So
yeah,
that's always the hard part.
That's where DA's got me. He's like, I haven't written the next book yet. Calm down. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're giving me a timetable. I've got 2 months to get through Sean Chester's series and get Uprising read. So I'm ready for Sabotage when it comes out. Because you're conjuring it out of the ether in 2 months. I'm going to hold you to it. And then I got to start bugging about Gabby.
Nice.
It looks like you just made another sale of Uprising.
Yeah, I did. I purchased the book.
Oh my God! Now I got to read that one first. I've burned through so many of DA's books so quick. I just couldn't put him down, and and then he's like, "Oh well, I'm not ready. I'm not done with the next one," and I'm just kind of like chomping at the bit, waiting for him to finish. So I mean, I've that's why it's like I was like, you know what he said the other day was very true. You can't read only one author.
Exactly.
You're going to read in your genre that you enjoy. And I'm glad to have met, you, Bethany, and all the other people that were on that other show the other night, DA Ex Machina, where we part two.
Oh, the zombie roundtable?
Yes, the zombie roundtable. Part two.
That was a nod toward the movie Hot Shots Part 2.
I remember that.
I love that movie.
But I love being able to meet you guys because not only was it just nice to get everybody's point of view and opinions about different things and just have a great time with you guys. But on the same note, like it just gave me a world of different universes. People love to think about, oh, I'd like to go into space, or I'd like to go explore Asia, or go to the camping or whatever. But just being able to see the world through somebody else's eyes is completely unique and complex, and just being able to meet all of the people that are creating all these different universes is intense, and it's very cool. Very cool.
I think it's neat seeing, like you said, there's so many different versions and different universes. It's so fun, even just in the zombie world, seeing how diverse everyone approaches that viewpoint. Some people go more military, some people go more just kind of like their one person's personal experience, and some people have different viewpoints on how it starts. And if you can have that, like, such a diverse aspect of that one specific thing of horror, imagine what it is with every different types of horror. Like, there's so much stuff that you can do. And I love seeing the creativity that everyone has.
So I have a question for you. As an author, did you ever read Flowers for Algernon?
I didn't. Okay, so I didn't read the book, but when like the movie came out, I read the Wikipedia.
Oh Lord!
I didn't want to watch the movie.
So when I read that book many years ago in high school, my first thought was like, how interesting would it be to see something like that and in zombie world? Like, look at it from the point of view of somebody slowly becoming a zombie and then coming out of it and like somehow finding a cure, or like before they fully turn, or something like that, where there's like you see that curve, or where they're almost infected, but you get to see that whole transition through their mind.
Wasn't there a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Maggie?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, it doesn't count. There's no acting involved there.
But it's Arnold. Like, he did Predator. So
no acting involved there. Wow.
It's the same role over and over.
Get the chopper!
But it was called Maggie, I think. And it was something kind of like that, where his daughter got infected. I don't know. I wasn't fully sober when I watched it, so.
Hey!
I have vague recollections of a few movies like that.
Hey, it's Hollywood Square almost.
It almost is. DA, man her up very quickly. As you know, my daughter just arrived. It's always showtime. She works at GameStop, and this is her newest item.
What is
she's
Zelda?
She's a hardcore Zelda fan.
Nice.
And she picked it. I don't know if they've seen your.
Well, no, the other bag. Well,
May I have that one?
Well, hold on. Show that because it's.
Okay, we have several items. These are her little collection items. This is Zelda as well. It's her little case, and then she has the one that fits on her back. I don't know what you call that.
It's a backpack.
It's a backpack. So she has the Zelda stuff. She's a hardcore Zelda fan, but it's kind of cool. I'm not going to say it's tradition, but she always ambushes me from behind when we're doing the Saturday night program.
Wow.
And she always brings new toys.
You should post the link.
For what?
She's a Zelda fan. Post the link.
Oh, very well done. All right, very well done.
All right.
That was a little forced.
Do I need to break out the new sharp and pointy things and show them all for you?
Oh man, I have not purchased Scallywag Tactical yet.
Mr. Miller, good evening, sir.
I've got
How are
two
you?
new ones here.
Thank you, sir.
What up, sir?
Ladies
What do you say, Robert?
and the gents, I'm good. How y'all doing?
Alive and kicking so far, but it's early.
Another dollar.
Yeah.
It's still early.
My favorite quote: "I have not yet begun to defile myself."
Roger,
Use that once or
Robert.
twice.
Robert, did you get the big box of crayons for Father's Day this year?
I did. Got exactly what I asked for. Multiple
Those ones with the
flavors.
sharpener.
Oh man, if you had that back in the day, you were cool, man.
You were the cool kid.
You're like
when you had that
elite in your
64
class.
Plus.
Yep, with the sharpener on the back.
Yeah, that was when you know you were going Ivy League.
Yep.
Yeah.
Robert, what are you drinking
Nope.
from?
That's the canteen
That's
cup.
the
you bought.
canteen cup.
Is that what you were talking about? That you eat the ice cream out
Yes.
of?
Yes.
Hold it up again.
Yeah, mine's sitting over here on
What?
the side.
Ah,
I gotta
Yeah.
get with the club on this. What the heck?
Yes.
That's
Mine's dirty right now, so I'm not using it. I was telling him, I don't know if you caught that, but I love that I can eat ice cream out of it.
Yes, because it keeps it cold.
I stick it in the freezer before, and it gets nice and cold, and I can have like an ice cream sundae out of it, and it stays cold forever, and it doesn't melt on me.
Hey, have you tried a Coke float in it?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I was telling him I'm a fatty, so like I think outside the box.
The myriad
Hey,
uses of a canteen cup.
Hey, Dream, I'm gonna tell you right now. I went years without washing my canteen cup. You're good. Just a little whiskey in it, coffee, whatever.
Rinse it out and toss it.
Yeah,
You
not able
know,
to-
you know
not
you've got a
able to wash it all
well-seasoned
the time.
canteen cup when you shaved out of it that morning, and then later you're eating your dinner out of it.
That's true. That is true statement.
Yeah, those were the way we still used those pretty heavily when I was in the Army.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you know
God.
what? Yeah, when I was running and gunning, I was dry shaving and drinking out of it at the same time.
I don't
We
know
would go
about
over
you,
to this.
Bethany, but I don't want to shave my legs out of a cup.
No.
I'd go over to the Lister bag, fill it about 3/4 the way full of water, put it on the CQ stove in the CQ tent, get it hot, and then I'd soap up my face and shave out of it. Then I'd dip a rag in it and clean myself up out of it. That's a field shower right there. Then rinse it out, heat the water up, have coffee out of it. Then you cook your food in it later. And
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know about all you guys, but I don't shave much.
Have you ever?
I shaved once when I was like 16.
Yeah.
I don't grow much hair, and that's all it is.
I don't shave
Thank you
much
for
either.
sharing.
Yeah.
Roger.
General.
What's up, Raj?
I'll see your
Very
I'll
nice.
see your backpack and raise you one Valhalla.
That's not my backpack.
Robert, he got the Valhalla. I'm jealous.
That's
I
the
can see
scallywag?
that.
That's sweet.
That's
Yeah,
a scallywag.
Oh, man.
We went to
Yeah.
Frankensons again today, and I asked my daughter if she wanted to purchase any swords. And she was like, no, not today. That's fine. Okay, good. I'm glad. But we saw Sting and a few others that were there, obviously the replicas. But Dream, when he was here, you guys saw that we opened Glamdrin. She's back there.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Glamdring.
I'm sorry, Glamdrin's back there. So my daughter's always on the lookout for another sword to add to the collection. But she was sharing with me right now, she had an unfortunate moment. I don't know why kids purchase ripped jeans. Well, she was at GameStop, and she was near the very end finishing up her shift. And she bent down and ripped the jeans.
Oh gosh.
And was the store open? It's like, no. I said, okay, very good. Was it behind or bottom? It's like bottom. I said, okay, you can get past that.
Yeah.
If it rips on the bottom, you're okay. But if it rips behind, yeah, you're screwed. So
Now they're vintage.
they really are vintage. So I
Some things
explained
duct
to her.
tape won't fix.
That's
Yeah.
correct. I did tell her, now you understand why I've asked you to have a go bag in the back of your car.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, DA?
You never know.
Silence is silence is golden, but duct tape is silver.
That's a fact.
Hey, long as you're not
If you really
breaking
want
out
to make
the
them
juicy
shut up, use Gorilla
sweatpants.
Tape.
Yeah, Gorilla Tape comes in black.
Is that the regular Doug, or is that the extra wide?
That's the thick stuff.
I love
So
that
does
you
that-
have
No,
that
I mean,
within
I'm talking about
grabbing
the
distance.
thickness. Is it the regular width, or is it the extra wide?
It's
I'm
regular.
sure that's what we were talking about, General. I know that's what you were talking about.
Hey, that's kind of a
What'd you say,
personal
Dream?
question there, Joshua.
What?
I said I love that you have that within grabbing distance
Do you
at
want
any given time.
you want
you
the
can
duct
just
tape or
grab
the,
them.
the duct tape or the Gorilla Tape?
Dream.
Well, Dream
The
has
reason.
me sitting in a closet
Okay.
where he
Dream.
stores his crap.
I'll also have some medical tape.
the reason why he has a tape there, you have to read the Ragnarok Rising saga.
Redneck repair tape.
Redneck repair tape. You've heard me call it, but it's part of the story.
The philosophy in the Ozarks is, if it moves and it's not supposed to, use duct tape. If it doesn't move and it's supposed to, use WD-40.
WD-40.
Yep, I've heard that one.
Hey, Doug, you need a knife to cut that with?
I've got a couple handy.
That's
Which
the
one is that one?
Scallywag I bought this week. That's that one
man.
that they had for 99.
Nice.
That was a $100 sale one.
Did you get the chef
Look,
knife?
Spindrift.
I said, did you get the chef knife?
I want the chef's knife.
No.
They said for Christmas this year, Scallywag is coming out with a complete set of chef's knives.
And that was from
DA.
That was from the
want to buy me
captain's
a
own.
Christmas present.
Wow.
Hey, any of those knives will cut meat, brother. You don't need to get the fancy chef knife.
No, but I want the fancy chef knives because they look pretty.
They're nice.
All you need is a K-bar. What the
Dream,
hell?
I told you. Our tax expert is underneath me. It is a business expense.
Yes, I know that, but I own the business. So
Okay.
it doesn't help me.
Do you want restaurant advice or entertainment advice? Because if you're using props on a regular program, you may be able to deduct some of the items. So yes, I did sarcastically tell my daughter this morning when we went to Frankenson's. She saw me make a note of the mileage on her vehicle. So what are you doing? We're an entertainment property. We're going to check out entertainment items. I'm taking the mileage.
You're telling me my Bane mask is deductible?
Yes.
You're a client, so I'm not prepared to answer that on air.
This is not financial advice. I am not.
That's correct. There is no client relationship here. I'm not prepared to answer that right now. But items, just remember this. This is general.
DA,
If you want to know if it's deductible, ask yourself: is it an ordinary expense, and is it a necessary expense? Chances are it is deductible. Oh, DA, dude, did we switch? Or are you doing something else now?
No, now it's deductible.
Again, I will not advise you on air. It's inappropriate.
Hey, that looks like it's necessary for the program, and this is being used for work, right? Because you're promoting things for work. That's what I think.
Then I can do my bad Bane impression.
I will not comment about that stuff on air.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
You probably should have got the one without the cutout on the mouth.
You should see the onesie he bought with the back flap.
Well, that's for your Rougarou field trips.
Yes.
It was supposed to have handles by the ears.
I'm going to get some more coffee.
Oh, this is evolving quickly.
I'm finally able to.
Steve, this is what happens when I have whiskey. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, we didn't even make the 3 hour mark.
He's my happy place.
Hey, I told an off-colored story earlier, so I can't complain about the conversation.
You told what?
I told an off story earlier, so I can't complain about the conversation.
Oh, darn it, I missed it.
Oh, well, I explained why I don't drink alcohol.
Oh, that must be a great story.
Apparently, whiskey makes her clothes fall off.
It does.
Oh, man.
Yeah. There's some things that 56-year-old fat women shouldn't be showing in public.
Sometimes you just gotta say, what the hell?
Just embrace yourself. You got this.
Oh, my God. Live your best life.
I'm what's known as a reverse stripper. I don't put my clothes on until I get $1,000. And they tend to pony it up pretty fast. Like, ah! My eyes!
I'm sure just the reflection of the light off your skin is enough.
Well, I'm of Scottish-Irish descent, so I have that neon white look.
The writing is
never
really
tan. What's that?
You get paid to be a Kim White out there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
you can see him in the dark.
your Bethany, your little bottles of alcohol. You call those 99s?
Yeah, they're called 99s, and this one is like a black cherry flavor, but it's 99 proof. And
Nice.
It's alcohol.
yeah,
Single
it's alcohol.
Gotcha.
It is, yeah.
I didn't realize it was a brand. I thought it was like a term for the little bottles because we always called them drams or sluggers or whatever. It's like never heard it called a 99, but I didn't realize it was the brand.
No. Yeah. So I discovered them after I left my husband and I moved back in with my parents, and they don't drink in their house. And I realized that they don't clink in your purse when you walk in the house. So that's how I got them.
You just told on yourself. Your dad is watching.
No. He texted me. He's not watching anymore, so we're good.
They're
tired. They went to bed.
Called those movie theater
He's got a lot of thought into
supplies.
that.
Huh?
Bethany, these are recorded for later.
No. He's good.
Those are what we used to sneak into the movie theater.
I know. They are very good for sneaking in.
Yep.
We joke at work all the time that the best part about water is you can drink it at work, and the best part about vodka, it looks just like water.
Yes.
And
In the same
but
bottle.
If you're taking little bottles like that to work, you're like one step from Barney on The Simpsons. Just hook it to my vein.
I love when he's like, my heart stopped, and then he's like, oh, it's back again.
No, Steve, you talk about that. I was joking. I carry this cup and then a growler, a 64-ounce growler. I said, that cup is full of water. The growler is full of moonshine. We're just gradually replacing the water with moonshine. By the end of the night, I should be feeling good.
Doug's coffee is like that.
Where I'm from, we refer to moonshine as card table whiskey. One good drink and your legs would just fold right up.
Oh,
Jesus.
I brought some moonshine up to Illinois to some friends a few years ago, and I actually like moonshine. As I said, I quit drinking alcohol because it's not conducive to my personality, but I don't know why people complain about it, but I passed the jar around and was really surprised at how strong they thought it was. I kind of thought it was nice, but that was me.
I mentioned on a show one time that I've mentioned several times that I'm just one generation away from pure hillbilly, but I've still got cousins that still live out in the deep woods that still make moonshine. And I was mentioning that on a show one time, one of the first Nightmare Hunters we did. I was talking about my cousins making moonshine, and my phone vibrates, and I look at it, and it was my cousin Jim. He's like, dude, shut up.
That was funny. Oh, my God.
So I texted back, I didn't mention you by name, moron.
Well, you just did.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get another text at any time now. Dude, shut up.
ATF man's looking for me. It's early in the season.
It's only illegal if you sell it, and he doesn't sell whiskey. You get free whiskey with the purchase of a mason jar.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
They accept donations.
Yeah.
D-man revenue or two. Looking for a place where he makes his brew.
Oh, Lord.
I'd heard that one.
My family's scrapbook is full of newspaper clippings of my great-grandfather's times in jail. Always, yeah. He did 30 days here, 30 days there. No pictures of the man, just newspaper clippings of all the times he got thrown in jail for making moonshine.
I actually had a employee that would make moonshine. He was like, "Oh yeah, it's easy. It's no big deal." And he made the best apple pie moonshine I've ever tasted. And it was so amazing. And when he quit, I was devastated. Not because of his work ethic or his skills, but because I lost access to the moonshine.
I had a buddy that made blueberry cobbler moonshine.
Ooh.
And that was dangerous.
Yeah.
It was so good you didn't realize how much of it you're putting away.
Yes, exactly. And that's what the apple pie one was. Like, you took two shots and it tasted like nothing, like apples, and you were excited and it tasted nice. And he was like, "Oh yeah, you can eat the apples in the bottom, and you can you can do all this and do all that, and you don't worry about it. It's cool. It's not that strong. Next thing you know,
Yeah,
you're
you-
like, wow.
And
You
for your
can take
and
apple
here's your
moonshine.
here's
and,
your
put it in
Scrabble
a
trivia
pot,
question
heat
for
it
the
up,
night, gentlemen.
put cinnamon sticks in it. It tastes just like apple cider.
Yep.
Oh yeah, when we used to live out
Gentlemen,
south
here's your-
Springfield.
What's up, Josh? General Dalton. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say here's your trivia question here's your trivia knowledge for the night. You speaking of moonshiners, the M1 Garand came from a good old boy in North Carolina pulling time for being a moonshiner.
Wow,
Huh?
Yeah, one grand.
that's
right
cool.
now.
Didn't know that.
When my wife and we lived out south of town, the guy that lived next door to us made moonshine. And I was out mowing my yard one day, and he comes trucking over toward me, and he's got a great big quart moonshine jar, jar full of moonshine in it. It was just clear, completely clear. So I cut the mower, and he hands me that. He goes, here, this is for you. I'm like, all right, thanks, Bob. And I started to take a drink of it. He goes, oh, no, God, don't drink that stuff straight. I'm like, dude, I've been drinking whiskey since I was a kid. He's like, well, don't say I didn't warn you. So I took a drink of it. And it wasn't even a big drink, but that stuff burnt my lips. It burnt my teeth. It burnt my gums. It burnt the back of my throat and everything on the way down. I was like, oh. He said, I told you. He said, drink that in
You
something.
didn't give it a shake.
So I'm like, all right. So I put it up, finished mowing the yard, went in the house, and I was sweaty and covered in dirt and grass clippings. So I got a big mason jar that I always drink my sweet tea out of, and I put about that much in the bottom of that mason jar, threw a handful of ice in it, filled it up with sweet tea, mixed it up, went and sat down in the living room, was going to drink that while it was cooling off. And I drank that, and it went down real smooth with that in that tea. And I finished that first one. I'm like, that was pretty good. I think I want another one. And I went to stand up off the couch, and the room spun, and I sat back down like, maybe I don't need another one. I think I'm just going to stay right here for a little while.
Oh yeah. Hey,
What was the shake test like on that jar?
That stuff is potent. Oh, it's brutal.
I will tell you, since it is 12:06, to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day.
And my Father's Day special should be live now. So if you guys have not read the first book of my Ragnarok series, Awakening, you can get it for free all day for Father's Day.
Yeah, great book. What's great about the Audible is because I drive around quite a bit, so I listen to it as I drive.
That's
Like the
the
Audible
only
book.
book of the series so far we've got the audio in. We're working on getting the rest.
Yeah.
Bethany, watching your facial expression when you took a hit at the 99 is a little concerning that
listened
it's
to
not as
the,
terrible as you said it was.
Sorry,
Smooth!
I haven't eaten in like.
Oh, bless your heart.
No, I'm so
I saw the
hungry right
dragon
now.
was like,
I can't.
I was like, oh, that's smooth. Good stuff.
Did you just
So
think
good,
heart?
huh?
Yeah, I just bless your heart. Yeah, I did.
Oh, Lord.
I've been around this town too long.
No, I'm doing that like that math where you're like, okay, if I take one more sip, I'm good for like another half hour. But if I take 2 sips, I'm gonna be like falling out of my chair. So I'm trying to figure it out right now.
I was never good at
I'm
math.
hungry.
If you fall out of your chair, you are an eternal member of the Nightmare Hunter Club. So go ahead, take one for
That
the
is
team
a
right
true
now.
statement.
It'll just be like a
Oh,
blank
thank you,
page on my
Robert.
screen. They're like, well, Bethany's here.
They just have
She fell over.
Sometimes you gotta say what the hell and just go for it.
Just keep the mic on and
You
talk
gotta
from
say
the
what the
floor.
hell and go for it, man.
I know. I tried to be all classy too, using a glass, but I just drink
right.
more that way. That's wrong.
Bethany,
I'm
appropriate
trying
to
to.
be
It's stopping a little bit.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm stopping.
You're with the classy group here, I understand.
Oh yeah.
You got to do the pinky up. That's what you got to do. The little pinky up.
My grandfather told me once a long time ago, he says, son, you know what the difference between a drunk and an alcoholic is? I said, no, sir. He goes, drunk doesn't have to go to all them goddamn meetings.
Yep.
Right. I go to a meeting, but I don't like to quit things. So
I'm no quitter.
I'm not a quitter.
Well, that's what I used to say when I was.
I went to the meeting too, but there was no alcohol.
Yeah.
That's
The alcoholics are you guys. No alcohol at this meeting. Jesus.
I used to say that when I was smoking. I was like, my doctor told me quitting was good for you, so I try to do it as often as possible.
Yeah.
Quit after every cigarette.
Yep, I quit after every cigarette.
Well, Bethany, I'm going to attempt the once hourly attempt to get back to the books.
No, I'm like forgetting I wrote one.
You know what?
Take another drink. Take another drink.
Right.
I will just say I'm glad. It looks like you're having a good time,
That's
and we're
awesome.
having a great time with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad you could join us for this because this is fun. This is
This
nice.
is super fun. Yeah.
Good.
Aw, Dream, you're so cool.
I think
Yeah.
Bethany, you may be the first author we've had on where fans are actually buying the book while you're on the show. I've
I
never
saw
seen
that.
the things pop up. I'm like, that's pretty cool. People are
It's
watching
awesome.
the ticker.
It's our sparkling personalities. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No.
It's the 99s.
It's the liquor. It's the
I'll
They're
never
liquor.
sparkling
I'll
something.
definitely get on there and buy the
They're
book.
like, you know what? We need to support her habit.
It's the
Yeah. We need to make sure she can afford better bottles.
Buy a couple more books, she can get a big bottle.
Yeah. She can afford the full size.
The $9.99 version.
Right.
I just figured they felt sorry for her because she's been with us for like an hour at that point. It's like, okay, well, she's put up with these dumbasses for about an hour. Let's fund her project here.
These idiots.
Wow.
Well, as I was
3
standing,
hours
or as
now.
I was sitting here, my boyfriend kept pouring extra bottles in my glass. Like he put like 3 or 4 bottles in here. I think he just
That-
felt bad for me. He's
Hey,
like, all right,
That's
we're
a
just gonna-"
keeper.
Yeah, he's a hero.
Yes.
He's a hero.
That's a team player.
We may have unlocked the secret to book sales. It's much like the old expression about dating. Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker.
Let's just get the author liquored up and we're good
All
to
right,
go.
Willy Wonka.
Damn, I hadn't heard of that. Damn.
Hey, no, the be rewarded. Any boyfriend that comes around and refills your glass every night or as you're drinking, that's a keeper right there.
It is.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Good guy.
Lock
We
it down,
were both
lock it
in
down.
like, yeah, we were both in pretty bad marriages, and then we found each other. So he's a good guy. I'm very happy to have him.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very cool. That's awesome.
And there it is, DA. About 3 hours in, we all go silent. It
There's a
always
moment of
happens.
silence.
It's because everyone they've got to recoup that energy, and it's funny.
Well,
it happens
that's the point.
usually in the. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Steve.
No, I say the 3 hour mark is usually the point where Dalton starts taking hits right off the bottle. And
Oh,
just
there he
kinda
is, right
sums
there.
the rest of us. We're just watching himself.
He just took a hit right now, man.
Oh
Now he's
my
going
God.
straight to the bottle. Wow.
It's like, I don't need no glass.
Wait, what are you drinking, Dalton?
Bushmills Black straight out of the bottle.
Oh, that's
my
what we.
Lord.
That's what we got from Mr. Miller, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. And that's why you were saying that's the bottle you were supposed to give him. Like, no. It was a Bushmills. I'm drinking my bottle.
Touche,
You bought for me.
Robert. Touche, Robert.
Yeah, that is.
Oh.
Oh,
that-
it was not the Bushmills Black. It's the next one up, I think.
Now, of course, Robert is saying, you didn't mail it to DA for his birthday. Like, yeah, dude, I got a little busy. I'm sorry. It was a physical issue. I wasn't able to. But yes, we did get this one for you, Robert, but we are going to send it over to DA. I haven't told him, DA, how do I send it over to the mail? I've never sent anyone liquor via mail.
Well, there's a Whiskey of the Month club where you get bottles of whiskey in the mail, so I assume it's fine.
Yeah, it's
a
okay.
lot of bubbles.
Roger. Wrap it in about 20 layers of bubble wrap. Put it in a damn UPS package and send it on through the damn mail.
Yep. But we don't have Robert's address, so we're gonna send it to DA, I guess, and you're right by him or somewhere. Maybe.
No, Robert's by us. He's just south of us.
All right, so why are we sending it to DA? We need to send it to Robert because he was nice enough to send us that gift.
I live about 35, 40 miles from the state of Arkansas, where Deliverance was a love story with a tragic ending.
I wouldn't brag about that, DA.
I said it's where Deliverance was a love story with a tragic ending.
No, you said you're minutes away from Arkansas.
It's not close enough to smell it, but on a quiet night, you can hear the banjo music.
Oh Lord!
What if you turn directly south, you hear banjos. If you turn west, you start hearing the war dance.
The closer you get to Branson, the louder the banjo music gets.
Oh my God!
You know,
We
I've
look
never
close enough
actually
that we
seen that
could-
movie.
Deliverance?
Well,
It's a
Really?
classic. It's a classic.
I know it's a classic, but I'm kind of scared to watch it.
And Ned Beatty just passed away this week.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking.
I imagine
loved
to
it.
this
Ned Beatty
day,
just died a few days ago.
I imagine to the day he died, he probably on the anniversary when that movie was released, went to his agent's house and punched him in the face.
I wonder how many times he heard somebody say, "You got a real pretty mouth."
Or told him to walk up behind him and went,
Maybe
"Squeal like a
I'll
piggy
tell
boy."
For the love of all that is good and holy, let's
You
steer
got
our
hurt, man,
conversation away from Deliverance.
Oh, and then we'll head over to you, Dream, who probably has the best line there is related to all of us here. DA, would you please tell the story of what happened with Mr. Dream? Everyone knows Dream for this moment now about the Rougarou or the Bigfoot or whatever.
One
Please,
night
DA.
on the Nightmare Hunter, we were all discussing what we
Was
would
it the
do.
Nightmare Hunter?
Yeah, it was on
No.
the Nightmare Hunter.
I don't. No, I wasn't there.
Oh, okay, yeah, then it was,
It was
on
on your
DA.
program.
Okay,
No,
don't
do
argue
that.
because I need to go get myself a drink. So start
I'm
talking.
sorry.
Okay. Well, one night we were all discussing what we would do if we were attacked by Bigfoot, and when Robert and several of us were talking about which gun we'd grab or what we would take shelter, and Dream's immediate response was grab a bearskin rug and try to look attractive.
Put on a little Barry White and
I
grab
said-
KY.
Put on some Barry White and try to look
That's
attractive.
what he grew into. I said grab a bearskin rug and try to hide.
Uh-huh.
Then it
No,
became
you said try to
become
look attractive. That is exactly
No, you
what.
said look attractive.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
there, dude.
You
It's
can
on
deny
video.
it now. Well, we were there.
I want to call a review on that play.
Calling an audible.
Yeah, because I don't have experience with firearms or any type
You
of
said you were going to put
things.
lipstick on
I've
and look in high heels.
Yep, there it is. I was like, that's might be my best way out. Hopefully I survive.
I'm a little
the damn thing.
concerned that is your plan based on your past life experiences. That's
So like
really have
Oh,
to talk about your past.
actor, of course.
the
Yes.
Lion King. What am I supposed to do? Dress and drag and do the hula?
Yeah, there you go. Did you snort?
I did not.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Okay,
Look
who's-
up the record.
Who snorted?
Oh Lord.
I always admit when I
Josh,
snort.
was
This
it
time I
you?
did not.
I'm a
Oh,
snort
no.
laugher. Maybe it was me.
Oh man.
So, how much success have you had with that strategy in your life? That's what I want to know.
Well, he doesn't have a bearskin rug anymore, so
Well, I'm still alive, so that should tell you something.
It's worked for you then.
It's working.
It worked with. He said it.
Is that why
He
you
said it
walk
worked
in
with
Funny
Tiger
Dream?
once.
What was that?
Was it Robert?
that
Was
is
it worth
why. That is why generally at some point, whenever Dream joins the show, this picture always finds its way up.
Oh,
Oh, there's two more. There's two more. Hold on.
I have taken them off my my list. I'll
Is
see
your
if I can
forehead
find them.
itching, Dream?
Oh.
did you?
I'm surprised you
Oh,
remember.
no. That was funny.
And
It
this
was-
is why we usually apologize to our guests at the end of a show.
He's gonna write. He's gonna.
Of course, there's this one.
Oh,
That's why he's gonna write a book about his.
Now DA is gonna have to write a book about a Bigfoot love story.
Well, hey, be careful. That might be the second Nightmare Hunter, dude.
Well, the second Nightmare Hunter is going to be in Louisiana.
Right, it is.
Oh
So,
my God! I
I can
hope
see
to
a cult
God.
following with that.
Yeah.
So Thomas, Are you going to get violated in your restaurant by Bigfoot? Is that what DA's going to do to you?
I hope not.
And there's this one.
Bigfoot boot
There
I
it
love
is.
that one.
Score!
I'm gonna bite my thumb at thee.
You're welcome. You're
Oh,
welcome,
that's
Green.
just
And we're back to
practicing.
that.
General direction.
See, the great thing is, all I remember is that I had done something real stupid on air
Adrian,
that people were after
I
me.
believe in you, man. I believe in you.
Yeah.
You keep going, man. I believe in you.
Everyone forgot what I did on air. It was just a few days before. The minute Dream did that, everyone forgot. I am eternally thankful, Dream. Thank you.
Now I have to go back and figure out what you did.
There's way too many episodes. Good luck. Good luck. It's all right. Yeah, good luck. I don't go back to listen to them. You're brave soul.
This is the one I always told him. I said, hey, there's somebody at your door.
Hey, think about it. Ned Beatty got famous because of that scene with the Ned Beatty in Deliverance. You're now famous because of that.
Hey,
That's your
Roger,
Ned Beatty moment.
that alpha that's behind you.
Nice try.
And restart your acting career.
My. How far we have gone from books.
How far?
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Gone
measure it
in
that way. I
I
measure
think
it
we should
that
have took that
way.
left at Albuquerque.
Oh,
That was funny,
we've
General.
gone from
Good.
books to direct to TV
And we ran right off that
videos.
cliff.
Direct to TV.
Direct to video.
Yeah, direct to video more like
Direct to video.
Now on Dream Blu-ray.
Oh God!
And I just got word the FCC has reclassified this program to mature audiences only. Viewer discretion advised.
That's kind of goes without saying for most of the
Yeah,
shows.
we did that already. But thank you, General.
Several
Yeah.
episodes.
Well, it
we
was
got,
classified PG-13.
Not after I spoke.
several episodes. We got simulcast on a radio
MAA,
station.
mature adult audience.
Oh Lord!
Yes.
What have they put on the pornos?
I don't know. What do they put on there, General?
I'll look. I'll check my library real quick.
She just jumped right in.
Yeah, we have to make. All right, at 10:21 p.m. We have to take a caption of that, and that'll be on our annual program.
There was a woman who graduated high school with my husband who became a porn star. She was one of the first victims of AIDS back in the 80s. They think, other people think that she's living a quiet life of anonymity now. But anyway, on his high school Facebook page, he noticed she wasn't listed among the deceased. So he wanted to write a post that said, I don't remember her first name, but her last name was LaRue. I've seen her work. She really lights up the screen. I was like, you're not putting that on there. Yeah. I said, that's funny to us. But you...
Bugs Bunny has left the room.
Tastefully done.
What can I say? I said,
Bethany,
there are
do you
people
know-
like us that think that's hilarious, but there are a lot of people in his class that have no sense of humor at all, and they would not find that humorous
There's
at
way
all.
too many people that are uptight about humor.
Yeah.
Bethany, do you have any plans to put your book out in audio?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're back.
I'm trying.
I love how everyone
Sorry.
straightened up in their chair.
Yeah. I was like, oh, we're back.
Trying to re-rail this
You gotta pay
derailed train
attention.
wreck.
Sorry, teacher. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
try
I'd
to
love to do
read
Audible,
them.
but I want to get some more books out before I can do that. I think I need to get a little bit more of a following first.
I recommend doing it as quickly as possible.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've got 22 out and trying to play catch up with audio because audio is a much slower process than releasing a normal book. I would recommend staying on top of it, as I wish I had.
Well, any tips you have, go ahead and
I hit
message
that
me with them.
earlier. So
Yeah.
how many books you got out right now?
I've got 22.
Not a lot. Oh, him.
Oh.
I'm like, 2.
But
It is not. 2
Did you
books
say
is
2?
a perfect
That's a
time to
lot.
start with audio. That
Yeah.
is, you've already done something twice that most people will never do in their lifetime. You wrote a book,
I was
and that's
about to
definitely
say,
something to be proud of.
published things that and most of us can't say that. So
Got slapped on that one.
So is
I would like
so that's
to,
the second
if you
book in the
do.
series. How many do you plan on doing in the series?
I don't know. I don't have a set number on how many. It's just kind of wherever
Just
the
keep
story
going,
takes me. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of just
Yeah.
you kind of start a story with something in your
'Cause I
mind.
think were you like that with Ragnarok, DA?
I knew where Ragnarok was going to end.
Oh yeah, he did.
Now, when I went into that, I knew exactly where it was going to end. The you've read the all the Ragnarok series, right, Robert? You've read the entire series.
I think he's
Your
frozen.
was 5 books.
Yeah, the original series was 5, but when I started with the new publisher, we had to change it to a 10-book series.
Your intent was 5 books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it intended 5.
No, actually,
the original intent was,
it was
3.
3. I was
And
there.
then it wound up being 5.
Actually, I was his first interview. When
Right.
DA reached out to us.
Back when it was just Blog Talk Radio, audio only.
Yeah, hey, we're not slumming it. Keep it cool. We're
But
where we are now.
The final scene of Ragnarok, I was building to that scene from the first paragraph I put on paper.
Yeah, because when you first started, DA, you said it was 3 books.
Yeah,
and
I thought I'd wrap it up in 3, but I knew exactly where it was going to end.
Once you were in your second book and we were talking about that stuff, then you said, you know what, dude, I think I'm going to have to go to 4 just because of the backstory on this and stuff. And near the end of the second book, or in the third book, that's where DA... No, it was the second book where DA said, you know, Raj, this is what I have planned. I'm going to have to do a book on just this alone, and this is why it happened. I'm like, oh, no, wait, don't say anything. And he told me what it was. I'm like, dude, I'm just 1 book in. So, unfortunately, I knew where it was going to go. But beyond that, it was still great to be able to take that journey. But DA, it was 3. Then he said he had to add another one. And somewhere in the third book, he said, yeah, it's not going to happen. It's going to be 5. So, as he went along, he knew. But he did know where it was going to end. He did mention... I don't think he shared that with anyone, though. Because you shared a lot of stuff with me. But you did not share the ending with me.
Well, I've got 2 other Ragnarok projects that are in the works. One...
Share the porn. Come on.
Well, everybody, we've already talked about Wastelands of Ragnarok, which is a new series. But throughout the Ragnarok series, it's interlaced with scenes where Wiley had dreams about Viking times. I still owe the fans a book.
And you said your next book.
What's that? You faded out, Robert.
I think, is he frozen?
He's frozen. Almost.
I can't hear you, dude.
Yeah, we may have just lost him for a moment.
Maybe. His internet's acting up.
Yeah, just go ahead and reset, Robert, if you can. Exit and then come on back. Sometimes that's it. There it is.
And your next book is in a couple of months, right?
Well, the next book the book I'm working on right now is called The Nightmare Hunter, and I'm more than halfway through it, and I'm actually hoping to have the rough draft done in the next couple of weeks. In and out, but I'm hoping to have Nightmare Hunter done in the next couple of weeks. I still owe people the book that dealt with the original outbreak of the zombie virus for Ragnarok, which is going to take place during Viking times. And then I've got another series of Ragnarok that's going to be called Wastelands of Ragnarok. And I have another short story that's actually about half done called Shield Maiden, which is I'm going to be having that one done soon as well. So I've got a lot of projects in the works. I've got a busy schedule for the rest of the year. That's going to keep me busy.
Oh, first class porn, baby! Come on.
Doesn't Roper have a tie-in he's working on too, DA?
Yes, he does. Roper has a story of his own that's set in the Ragnarok Rising universe, but it'll be about other characters.
Oh, so since you said that he had dreams of the Norse gods and all this, are we finally going to get Wiley dreaming with Sec 4 and all that stuff?
No.
Oh, come on! I think I've told this story already. Hey, from the second book, I asked DA, hey, is it ever going to happen? He's like, what? What are you talking about? Wiley and Sec 4. He's like, Not when my wife is a beta reader. I thought that was great. Oh man. Okay. Oh well.
Well, I haven't read Ragnarok yet, so I won't get the joke.
That's your fault, dude. Get to work.
Yes, I know. That's the next session.
That one
that I
won't
gotta
end well.
start. But my
Well, I
problem
didn't
is,
well
if
know.
I start it, I'm going to be reading it all within like a
Oh,
month.
Adrian,
and
you'll
be
love
done
it.
with it. What?
It's a great series.
Oh yes.
Yep.
It's a great series.
I have no doubt. I've enjoyed every single other thing that DA has written, and I can't wait to read the
It's,
rest of
once
it.
you start it,
but-
you can't put it down. It's a great series.
Yeah.
And remember, once you finish that one, you have to go to the Infinite Black.
No, not yet.
Because that's after Ragnarok Rising.
At first, I have to read Ragnarok Rising. I have to read Highway of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
And then I will make my
Great
way
series,
back
dude. That's
to
awesome.
Infinite Black.
Really catching on. I do have a question that just came to mind, Bethany.
Yeah, I've read
you
all of his, and they're just amazing.
Are you expecting the Gabby Jones to be in the same universe that your zombie series is in? I mean, is it a shared universe, or are you talking two totally separate worlds?
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Muted.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
He's okay now, thank you.
Sorry. Axel, my boyfriend, kept playing video games, so
Oh, sorry.
no, it's going to be totally separate. Completely different worlds. So people who like Zombot can follow Highway of the Dead. People who want monsters can follow Gabby Jones.
Whoa. I'm
Nice.
sorry. What's that? Zompop?
Zompok.
Oh,
Zombie
Zompop.
It's short for zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, you learn something new every day.
Zombie
Thank
apocalypse?
you.
Zombie fiction is generally known as Zompok fiction or zombie apocalypse fiction.
Wow, we had some inside language there.
Yeah.
Oh, I speak Klingon too. You know.
Hey, you know what? I learned Klingon because look at it. Not a lot. I only learned a little bit because my brother was learning Japanese and Klingon, and I was learning Spanish, and I was really bad at Spanish, and so I picked up the Klingon, and then that's how I failed Spanish.
Spanish.
Kudos! Wow,
Yeah, so I live in Arizona and I speak Klingon.
that's funny. So if
Seems
I'm ever in
fitting.
Arizona, I just have to listen.
That's useful.
Right.
That's funny. Yes,
So
as a
do
matter
you
of fact,
have a second language?
What was that?
So you
Robert,
claim a second
what-
language on any application?
Right. I would be a great fit because I speak Klingon.
I've actually
You never
read
know when you're going to
stories.
need that.
I said, so
No,
you
I've
can
read
claim a
stories
second language on any
where-
application.
Heck yeah.
I've-
Well, you guys know that it actually became
Well,
legal
there you go.
because someone messed up. It was, I think it was a hospital in Northern California. A senior clerk, you know how senior clerks are, they're morons. But it was a senior clerk in HR that listed all these languages and as a joke added Klingon. And it
Of course it
became,
was.
yeah, and of course it was a joke and it hit nationwide news. This was like in the 2000s, if I remember correctly. And it was very embarrassing, but they got a great turnout on people that applied for whatever position it was. And apparently one person actually submitted the application in Klingon. That's psycho. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No,
No, the psycho part is then they had to hire a translator.
there you go.
To learn it.
I know on the census form this past, I guess it'd be 2020, one of the religions listed as an option was Jedi. And I thought that was interesting. And because they had like the little bullets you fill or the bubbles you fill out, and Jedi was one of the ones, and then there's like an other, right? And I'm like, okay, Jedi made the list. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a certain percentage, and it's unreal that it made the list. I forget what it is, like 1/4 or 1/2%. So it wasn't 2 or 3 people. It It was in the hundreds of thousands. That's crazy.
Oh.
It's a big world, though. The Star Wars and Star Trek, like,
Don't confuse them.
big world. No. I'm not. Like, I'm a Trekkie,
Me
at heart
too.
and stuff. But I still
He's
like the
slouch away.
Star Wars movies. But I'm definitely a Trekkie, though.
Oh, I'm a
Oh.
Me
Trekkie.
too. I'm a much bigger Trek fan than I ever was a Star Wars.
So,
fan.
are you guys Trekkies or Trekkers?
I'm a Trekkie.
I've always gone by
Trekkie.
Trekkie.
Yeah, I always heard
so,
Trekkie.
A
of the new
trekker gets
series,
up and walks away, and I don't do that. This fat ass stays in this chair most of the day.
there you go. Love it.
That's right.
That's awesome. So, Bethany, what are your thoughts on the new series? You've seen like Picard and some of the other ones?
I have not seen Picard because we just got the. I just saw his reaction. Sorry.
Oh, Roger. He's dying
I
over there.
just
From
I just
hell's
got
heart,
the-
I stab at thee.
no,
God.
it's because we just got the streaming series that has it, so I haven't had a chance to watch it.
And that streaming series is?
The CBS one.
Yeah, it's called Paramount Plus now.
Yes, I just got it. I'm not.
Oh, my nephew's
no.
in a movie on that, by the way.
Oh, nice. What movie?
Yeah. Charcoal Skies.
Okay.
That's cool.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm not. He handles all of that stuff, and I don't know what we have until suddenly he's watching something. I'm like, "What's this on?" And he's like, "Oh, we got this now." I'm like, "What?" So like,
That's cool.
Awesome.
I don't know. I'm actually
really
rewatching
liked
Black Summer on Netflix just because the second season came out, and I forgot everything that happened in the first one, so I'm rewatching that one right now.
Nice.
I do like the Picard series. I was always a big fan of Data. I'm 45.
Yes.
I was junior high when Star Trek: The Next Generation was on. I always liked Data, and then he, due to Spiner being my father's age, he kind of aged out of the role, and they brought him to a close in the films, and it never was a good close. It just kind of left a bad taste in every fan's mouth, so to speak, and it was kind of neat to see them, bring him back for the Picard series. So I think you'll enjoy it when you get to it.
Yeah, I'm excited. I was definitely a Generations girl versus the original and Voyager and all the extra stuff. Although I did like Deep Space Nine, that was
Me
fun.
too.
But Generations, that was at the heart. But reading the books, if you're reading the Star Trek books, the Generations, Deep Space Nine was definitely more fun books.
Yeah. I got into reading the Next Generation books because of Michael Jan Friedman writing. I'd always liked his stuff, and he was a pretty cool guy. And I had an assignment where I had to write a letter, like a fan letter, to an author for this English assignment. And basically, you got bonus points if he wrote back, And everybody's like writing Stephen King, they're Dean Koontz, and whatever else. And I'm good for them. Well, so I'm going to write to Michael Jan Friedman. And of course, my teacher's like, "The hell is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, he's just get ready." And I start rattling off some of the books he's read, like his own stuff, plus the media tie-in stuff. And then less than a week later, I got a letter back from him. I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome!" So I got like 10 bonus points, and I was the only one in the class who got a letter back from their author. I'm like, "Yeah, suck that, guys."
Steve, did you join us? Did you join us when we had Michael Jan Friedman on? You weren't there, were you, Steve?
No, I was not. If it was the Nightmare Hunter, I would have missed it completely. I worked both Mondays.
It was a Monday night in America.
Oh, it was a Monday night in America?
Yeah, I work almost every Monday, so I was so excited I had this Monday off, and I was going to join the Nightmare Hunter. I didn't realize it was an off week for the Nightmare Hunter. I'm like, damn it, the one Monday I have off.
Wait a minute, the one upcoming?
Last Monday.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
That's not your fault. I worked Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. So
well, actually, it was my fault because that's the way I chose to do it. So I apologize.
Well,
but
hey, Nightmare Hunter.
We can always ask Michael Jan Friedman to join us. He is such a great soul.
That's what I was just going to say.
He spent what, DA? Was it 3.5 hours with us?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He's been on our network maybe 4 times now, if not more. He's a real good guy. He is really Really awesome. For a New York Times bestseller, huh, DA?
Yeah.
Oh, tell the story, DA, where I just say, hey, by the way, DA, I sent him a text message, or I forget I called him. No, I sent him a text.
It was a text.
Hey, DA, by the way, Michael Jan Friedman's going to be on the program tonight. If you want to go ahead and join us, just come on into the program.
I had a meltdown. My wife, I was like, "Holy!" Like John Belushi from Animal House. Holy shit! and my wife's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Michael Jan Friedman's going to be on the show, and Roger wants me on." She's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Heathen."
You didn't say that before. That was good.
I think I actually grabbed by Thor's hammer and hissed at her.
Oh, God.
She's like, I take it somebody you know. I'm like, well, I've never met the man, but he's a New York Times bestseller and he's written a lot of Star Trek stuff. He's one of my favorite writers. She's like, well, then go get on the show. And I did. I had the when I actually got to talk to him, I had the Wayne's World moment. We're not worthy. We're not. I'm scum. I suck.
The funny thing is, that was the only time that I ever detected the DA was either excited or nervous. And only because I've known him for so long, I could tell. But even Michael Jan Friedman disarmed him in maybe 15 minutes.
Yep, that.
Yeah. He was really a lot of fun, and just like
super nice guy.
Yeah. He was great, man, and I'm sure he'll join us if we ask him again.
I think
maybe Bethany will again as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. I think she's already plotting the wording of her restraining order on most of us.
Thank goodness.
No, I think I'm kind of preoccupied because my boyfriend left randomly, and I think he's getting me food. So, in my head, I'm just thinking about food right now.
Yeah,
awesome.
definitely a keeper.
I'm so excited.
Keeper times 2.
Yes. Good guy.
He's like, you know what, when you probably shouldn't drive. Let me just pick you up some food.
I know. We're gonna get this.
Probably drawing you a bath for later or something.
Steve, when you mentioned your Thor's hammer, it reminded me of a story from last night. So I had a patient come in to the urgent care, and he had the Norse Tree of Life tattooed on the inside of his forearm. It shows. Showing it, the different realms and everything. Well, I had the guy needed an IV. I had to start an IV on him, and so I'm like, great. So the place where your best vein goes right through that tattoo. And I said, I am so sorry. I have to stab your tree. And he looks at when I put the IV, and he goes, oh, it's okay. It's Jotunheim. Fuck those guys. I laughed so hard when he did that, and I was like, well, laughing might not be happy. And he goes, I was like, look right down to see where I stuck it.
Wow. What a great sense of humor for that guy, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, he made my day. Well, I was totally geeking out because he had the what's the proper name of it? I did hear you.
Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil.
Stop swearing. What was the word?
And Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil. I won't spell it. No, I was just pronouncing it. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
Okay.
What he said, or what she said.
He had, each of the realms was labeled in a rune, and then he had a semicircle of runes below it that said something else. I don't know what it was, but yeah, when he looked down and identified Jotunheim, I just about died. It was absolutely wonderful. But it was a neat little nerd moment. He goes, "You're the first person who's ever looked at it and knew what it was." I'm like, yeah.
And you're supposed to sold him on buying DA's Ragnarok series,
right.
Steve.
Oh, I did. I said, "So do you read you much?" And he goes, "A little bit." He goes, "I just totally love Norse mythology." And I said, "Really? You got to check out this book series." And I said, "The writer's a good friend of mine." I said, "It's an awesome series." And I wrote it out on his discharge papers.
Awesome.
It's self-serving. But
I thought you were going to say you tattooed him before he left.
No.
You're like, here, let's just write this down under the Tree of Life. There we go.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Bifrost takes you to Ragnarok.
And suddenly Led Zeppelin's playing in my head. It's my favorite song by them, so I don't care.
Oh man.
Oh, dear God.
Yes.
Oh.
That's a great song. A great song. You know, DA, when we were talking about when you and two were walking that drunk out, and he moaned, and you guys did the
Yeah.
yeah, what was it? I think I told you we had a similar experience one night with one of our coworkers. He is, middle-aged guy, and I think sometimes his colon doesn't behave very well, and he let off this fart fast gas, and it sounded like the intro to Immigrant Song. You know, the little horn call. And
it had to be a hell of a fart.
Oh God, it was. It was amazing. And Brian that works down there, almost immediately he's at the desk and he goes, and I just started dying. And of course, the guy who did it had no idea what the joke was, and the rest of us were just on the floor.
I can see Brian doing that. I can completely see him.
Note, I think I'm going to have to call it a night.
All right, man.
You look a little rough there, Dream.
Yeah, I'm hurting, man. I have a long day again tomorrow, so peace out, guys.
It's Sunday. It's with the family.
It's Father's Day.
6 days a week.
Yeah.
So you'd be Alice, right?
Weird.
That means I'm working.
I went this way.
All right.
Very good. Very good.
Thanks for coming in, and happy Father's Day, man.
See you later, Dream.
Happy Father's Day to everybody. Peace out, guys. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Bye.
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 So back to silence.
So, Bethany, what's your better half bringing you? Do you have any idea?
I have no clue. He just left. Like, he's gone. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he went to his parents' house. I got nothing. He just left. I'm hoping he brings back food.
Well, what time is it where you're at, Bethany?
It is, let me see. It's 10:45.
Oh,
that's right. Probably, if you anything like where I'm at, your food options probably aren't that great.
No, we got quite a bit. There's a couple pizza because it's Saturday night, right?
Yeah,
Saturday.
Just very quickly, Bethany, how are you guys doing out there in Arizona? Are you guys open? Because for us, California, we basically opened.
Yeah, we're pretty open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our mayor was very much, our governor was very much not wanting to close stuff.
Uh-huh.
So, in fact, I'm a nail tech also. So I've done nails for about 20 years. And the salon industry was one of the last things that he shut down.
Wow.
So even when restaurants, everything was shut down, but it's because he owned a lot of salons. So we think it was kind of
self-serving.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the salon I was working at did not qualify for any of the help. Because of that, and it went bankrupt and all that fun stuff. So, but now everything is open. So, which is cool because I do DoorDash, so it's kind of nice because I don't have to wear a mask now walking in any place. So, which means I have to do my makeup now, which is tough.
Our hairdressers, everything shut down immediately, and they were shut for months. And my hair grows so fast, and my wife was not willing to take the risk to try to cut my hair herself. So by the time by the time we were able to open up and get a haircut, I looked like something from an '80s movie. It was absolutely ridiculous, and you don't realize
you have the mullet.
You don't know the true definition of an essential worker until you need a haircut that badly.
Looked like Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Ray Stevens.
Seriously, yeah.
What are you saying, Steve? What we quoting Ray Stevens? Either you get your hair cut or a dog tag.
Pretty much.
Yeah, there were definitely a couple.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say there was definitely a couple pedicures. You could tell that they had not had their toes done
Oh,
in a while.
imagine.
Oops.
Yeah, I
You
felt
had
like an
to
extra
bring out
grease.
the Makita grinder, Bethany.
Huh?
I said, did you have to bring out the Makita grinder for them?
Right. Gotta pull
Aw,
out the drill on
man.
that thing.
Things are sparking.
What was that? Dumb and Dumber. They had that
Ah.
scene where he like filed their nails. And stuff. That was
Wow.
a good movie.
Working as the property officer in the jail, there were a number of times I've seen people come in that I swear they could have picked up fish out of a lake with those talons that were hanging off their
Climbed up in the
toes.
trees.
Yeah, and you hear them click on the concrete when they're getting in the shower. Like, what the hell,
Oh.
man?
Mhm.
Reject from
Oh, man.
Jurassic Park.
Well, I mean, at the jail, how would they be able to do things like that, like trim nails and toes? Would they? Because they can't have nail clippers, right?
We in the jail we had them at the officer's desk, and the inmate would sign them out and use them in front of the desk, and then return them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Great.
Oh yeah, we
Those
had
are things you don't
we had
think
a
of,
big
though.
jar of disinfectant. We just dropped them in.
Oh, jeez.
Floating toenails.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
there's
Sorry.
most things in the jail you never ever do without gloves on.
Yeah.
So that,
Just
you
use
just-
the prison tank.
yeah.
Double glove.
My
I've got the
goodness.
digital image of somebody checking out like a file down toothbrush, sign and then they stab somebody and check it back in and dump it in the disinfectant.
They still have the blood on there.
Yeah.
Slightly used.
Like,
All right, boss, let me in the isolation cell.
But bureaucracy
Can I
was
check out the
maintained.
tank?
I've pulled a lot of weapons off people in my day.
Yeah.
I can tell you some
What's
stories.
So Bethany,
I was gonna say, what's like the strangest thing that you've pulled off of
Bethany, you
someone?
been up to McGowan Rim?
Huh?
What?
What'd you
Said
say?
that.
was that Robert?
Okay,
He's talking about setting for the
I was
nightmare.
asking if you've ever been up to the McGowan Rim area.
I haven't. No.
Yeah,
Have you?
been up to the McGowan Rim area?
Mm-mm.
I
No.
went around it.
Ask her if she's been up to the McGowan Rim area.
No.
No,
I'm-
no, I haven't
I'm going
been.
up there.
You won't want to go after you read the Nightmare Hunter.
Thank you.
On the contrary, it'll be fun because you know
And I
exactly
think
where
Bethany
everything
asked
happens.
DA, what's the weirdest thing she pulled off some?
Yes.
Well, I've taken multiple knives off of people. Found. Well, okay. Well, I was strip searching a guy one time and told him to turn around and do the squat and cough. And then when he bent down, he had a 6-inch tail that he could wiggle.
Oh,
And I'm like, what the hell is that? He goes, oh, it's my tail.
that's my tail.
And he was just nonchalant about it. And I'm like, Sergeant Mello, come to the property room.
Oh gosh.
He's like, what? And I'm like, I just point. He's like, what? What's so? Holy crap! What the hell is that?
He's just wiggling it.
Yeah, it's like I get a lot of free drinks and bars because of it.
Oh
Did
my
you take
God.
pictures? Because I've
No.
been I've been all
No.
about the camera.
Oh no, I didn't take any pictures. And there's some sites you just don't ever want to see again. A guy with a nub of a tail that's about 6 inches long that he can wiggle. You don't want to see that again.
What else
No,
could he do with it though?
No, God damn it. I don't want to know. I don't want to go
DA,
there.
did you have him remove it or did you yank it like a cannon lanyard?
No, I called medical to make sure it was like,
A real thing?
yeah.
Yeah.
You might have just touched it. You know?
Yeah, no,
Poke,
thank
poke.
you. And we had one guy came in one night. It was a homeless guy, and he took off his shoes and socks, and his big toe fell off.
What?
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was frostbit, and we took his socks off. It just fell off. I was like,
How did he keep it on?
just never took his
Well,
shoes off.
apparently the sock.
He never took his shoes off. And I was like,
Wow.
medical, come to the property room. I'm not touching that.
My first semester of nursing school, we were in clinicals, first day of clinical, And my instructor takes me to this room. We've got the patient's all but non-responsive, basically. And they were showing us you need to physically assess your patient head to toe, And so we pulled the sheet down to expose his feet, and he was a diabetic. He had circulation problems, and his big toe was gangrenous. She goes to grab the toe to show me, and it comes off in her hand. And of course, I go, and she just grabs it. She looks at me. She looks at the patient. She puts it next to him, and she puts the cover back over it. Walks out of the room. That was the end of the assessment. I'm like,
I'd have grabbed that foot and started.
I need some surgical grade super glue to room 217.
Let's see how much that Gorilla Glue really works.
Yeah, but it auto amputated, and I mean that was
Once again, duct tape.
So we arrest this guy one night when I was a deputy, and I go to pat search the guy, and find a lump in his back pocket, and I pull it out. And it's a bag of marijuana.
Take it to his forehead.
It was a bag of marijuana, and I'm like, what's this? He goes, oh, that's not mine. No, these aren't my pants. I'm like, really? You got out of bed and put on someone else's pants?
Those aren't my pants.
Yeah, these aren't my pants. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. I'll just put that in the report. So I bag it up, and when I go to finish pat searching the guy, I notice he acts real squirrely whenever I got about hip level. I'm like, I looked over at one of the jail guys. I'm like, hey, can we take him in and strip search him? They're like, oh yeah, bring him on in. So we took him in, and I called the detective that was on the case and my captain who happened to be there to come in as witnesses. Because so this guy can't say I threw a bag of weed or anything down there. And it was on camera too, but he was in the shower area, which didn't have a camera. So I tell him take all of his clothes off one article at a time, and I've got the captain watching me, and I'm like checking every seam and everything with my gloves on, and I'd hand it to the captain, he'd check it, and then put it in a bag. I get this guy completely naked. I tell the guy, all right, do the whole squat and cough routine. Bend at the knees, bend deep. Give me 3 quick coughs, and he just like barely bends down and goes. I'm like, oh no. Do the full bend and cough. And of course, when he did, out popped a large baggie of methamphetamine, and I go, let me guess, somebody else's ass. And my captain goes, God damn it, Roberts. You can't say that shit. I'm like, I just did.
What you gonna do?
And that came up at court too. They're like, did you legitimately ask him? Like, yeah, I did. The prosecuting attorney goes. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to deny it. I did it.
That's
Well,
awesome.
he said it was somebody else's pants. You were asking, was it somebody else's ass too?
That's how I explained it. I said, he said he was wearing someone else's pants. I just making sure he didn't have somebody else's ass. And Judge Mountjoy's like, moving on. You have no further questions, Corporal Roberts. You could go. All right, thank you, Judge.
Did they ask you what was his answer to that?
Yes, they did. Well, what did he say?
Yeah.
I said he just looked at me and said nothing. He just kind of had that deer in the headlights look on his face, and they're like, "Oh, can't really deny it. It was his ass. What could he?" Like, nope, can't really deny it. Get out of bed one morning, put on the wrong ass. I don't know. Maybe it's plausible.
That poor defense attorney is just like, whatever.
Yeah, the defense attorney was like,
I got nothing.
they said the prosecutor said. The prosecutor looked at him and goes, "Do you wish to cross-examine?" He's like, "No, I'm good."
No.
Judge is like, "Corporal Roberts, you're free to go. You go have a seat." Like, gotcha.
That's awesome.
Working in the hospital, I always get to hear these fun stories from the ER because you could make a whole TV series about random crap that happens in the ER. And we had a guy come in one night. He's about my age, and I guess he and his significant female other decided they want to try to spice up the bedroom with some kind of a battery-powered toy. And somehow or another, she put it in too far, and it got lost. So he had to come to the emergency room. And so emergency rooms are overworked. They have a long wait time. He's sitting in a plastic seat in the waiting room, and it's still vibrating. And so he's just sitting there. So by the time he got back to the room where the surgeon could take a look at him, the battery had died. And the colorectal surgeon walks in the room and asks him if he wants it removed or the battery changed. And so the
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
the nurse that was in there was Sean, by the way, DA.
Of course.
Sean's like, he goes out, he's walked out of the room. I couldn't even stand in there anymore.
So what did he opt for?
Huh?
It was cheaper to change the batteries.
Yeah, I was going to say, what did he opt for? Was it?
Well, in all seriousness, he had gotten himself injured to the point where the only way they could remove it was to go through his abdomen and take it out.
Ugh.
And he lost about a foot of his colon. So he, and of course, he ends up on my floor in a semi-private room, and he's arguing with his girlfriend about who stuck it in the last way in a semi-private room. And so the roommates, we've got a curtain between him and his bed, and the roommate's like, up.
Man, if I'd been the roommate, I'd have been taking notes.
Oh God.
Oh dear God!
Because I want to know how you do that. I'm sorry.
Lord.
I'd ask for a reenactment because I just can't see that being done.
The surgeon showed me a picture of it, and I laughed so hard. The
14 kinds of wrong.
The important takeaway is always remember the safe word. Apparently,
Safe word.
If you knew Sean was one of the head guys in our ER. The guy had an amazing sense of humor and was just kind of just laid back most of the time. But when he said something, he said it so deadpan that you would just die.
Well, I just can't imagine where, stop wouldn't be a good enough safe word.
Yeah, I said the safe word is a scream 2 octaves higher than your normal speaking voice. That's what it is right there.
Now this one I'll dovetail onto Steve. I was telling DA this one the other week. I work for a major pharmacy. I'll leave it at that. And we start to carry vibrators and sex toys in the personal intimacy section.
Do you have to have a prescription for those?
Probably
no, they're just underneath the condoms.
What?
Now I know why you work so many late hours.
Do what?
How do you approach that with your doctor? I have a lot of anxiety, sir. Can I please get this and this?
I have a lot of anxiety, and this is covered by Medicaid.
Wait a minute. Is that deductible as a cafeteria expense?
Wait, only the 10-inch? Okay.
Wait, necessary and what was the necessary?
Ordinary and necessary.
Anyway, getting back on track.
We haven't been on track in hours.
Who knows what that is?
Track. What is that again? Track.
Yeah.
Not a place where we've been, that's for sure. I'm going to
Anyway.
go, guys. My computer's giving me issues. You guys have a great night.
Okay.
Hey, before you go, tell us
Good night, Bethany, you as well.
tell us about your channel and where they can find it.
Dixie Cryptid is on YouTube. It is a channel that tells Bigfoot cryptid stories for entertainment. It's narrated by the amazing Cameron Buckner, and I do editing for him. And once in a while, I even jump on and narrate for him. But you can find us on YouTube, and I look forward to seeing some of you on there. It's really a great time. We don't ask. We don't ask if your stories.
It's a
true.
good show. It's a really good show.
Thank you. So, anyway, I've got to go.
Yeah,
My computer's
I've
giving me
listened to
issues.
a couple of the ones that you did. That was good.
Yeah, thank you. The one I had the most fun doing was DA's story where I had to try to be for 30 seconds Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Should have been in the room when I was recording that. Every time I would say, "What are you?"
You did a good job there. Yeah.
Oh well,
Well,
it was fun. It was a great story.
That was a good
Everybody I
one.
talked
Good
to
job
was
on
just. Thank you.
that. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Bethany,
good night,
thank you
everybody.
so much.
Normally have a great
Night.
night. I'll catch
Yep.
you later.
All right.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Thank you for joining us.
Anytime you want me, I'm here. I love this. This is a
Awesome.
great time. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Well, I think Bethany's leaving us too. She's about to starve. I think she's running out of 99.
I'm sorry. I'm so hungry.
Oh,
He's not even
you didn't
back
have to
yet.
stick around with us idiots. Yeah, I didn't want to keep you all night. Before you go, though, tell us about your book once more, and I will drop the
Don't be
links
afraid
again.
to eat in front of us either.
I was eating almonds this whole time.
I kept seeing you lean off screen to eat. It was cracking me up.
Trying to be subtle. Yes, so that is Highway of the Dead Uprising. It is available on Amazon and Amazon Kindle. And then I'm coming out in a couple months with Highway of the Dead Sabotage. And then I will be busting out the long-awaited Gabby Jones series. So super excited about all of those.
Well,
Definitely
let us
everybody
know
check
so we
those
can
out.
Help boost your signal, okay?
Yeah,
When
thank
will
you so much.
Will you be able to join us, Bethany, when
Very
those
cool.
books are debuting?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got
Awesome.
a pretty open schedule. So, yep.
Well,
be great.
we'll definitely have to make that happen. Thank you
Yes.
for coming in. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy your meal. And I apologize for
Let's
keeping
check
you up
that
super
out.
late.
No, you're good. Thank you so much for having me. It was great meeting all of you.
Have a great night.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Good night.
Or good morning.
Take care.
Still night there. She's
that's
on your
right.
time.
That's on my time. Oh, okay.
That it is. Yeah, it's only about 11 here.
It is now 11:05. Wow. And just after the hour,
It is 2:05
everyone went quiet
Eastern
again.
Time.
It takes a moment. DA and I have talked about that, where it's obvious. It's like you spend so much energy, and the group needs a collective. Like, just take a moment, and it only lasts DA about 5-10 seconds.
Just a few seconds.
But for those of us that are ready to program, it's an eternity. The silence, because you can't have that. Yeah. And we joke about it now. That's why when I detected it at the 3-hour mark, I was like, "Oh, there it is, DA."
The collective pause.
Bunch.
Yeah, I heard you call that out.
You know, if you got the whole group of us in an actual physical room together, it would be completely hysterical. It would be absolutely amazing.
I think it'd be a pretty funny time.
I agree. I think it'd be a hoot and a half.
And there would be a lot of alcohol consumed, except for maybe Roger. We'll have to get some mics for him.
Hey, we need a designated driver anyway.
He designated driver.
Should we break out the Marvel and James for him?
Josh, go ahead and finish your story.
Yes.
Apparently, Richard Sullivan is
please.
on the edge of his seat.
Well, anyway.
Hi, Richard.
Anyway, we're selling them things now, and this was another shift telling me this. He was in there and he was watching for shoplifters, and he sees this woman. She goes over there and grabs something. So he's bird dogging her, and he goes over the intercom. He's like, "Security 1, security 2." She starts panicking. She picks something up and throws it on the counter, and goes over to self checkout. And he goes over and picks it up. It's like, did you need help with this, ma'am? She's like, "No, I decided not to get it." I told him, I was like, "Well, yeah, I have to call the law on that one." I feel sorry for the poor deputy writing the damn report, because as I was telling DA, it's like, damn well his sergeant's gonna come in. It's like, what did they steal at this store again? Just get around.
Going to court.
The prosecuting attorney lays the evidence up on the counter and it starts vibrating.
No, thank God it was still in the box. She had open. She still was still boxed and good for sale.
Yeah, might have been a bad
Good
cleanup
Lord.
on all four.
Oh God.
No, they can't get they can't get in the bathrooms. We had issues with it, so after about 7, 8 o'clock, we close them and say that they're down for maintenance.
Absolutely.
And you
You know,
and the sad part
we tease
is
you all the
we have a big sign on it, and they still come up and ask us, where's your bathroom, or what's wrong with the bathroom? I'm like, dude, are you freaking illiterate? It says out of order.
You know, Robert, we give you crap all the time about being a marine and eating the crayons and everything. 2 nights ago, I had a guy come in.
You.
Well, TA more than anything. But anyway, we had a guy come in. He's about my age. Came into the urgent care. He had cut his hand pretty bad, and he was wearing a Marine Corps hat. And he sounded like he just fell out of Fort Benning or something. He had this really heavy, accent, and he started talking. And he comes into the triage room. I was working as a triage nurse that night, and I'm taking his vital signs and finding out what happened. And I'm telling him he's the next in line. We're going to get back to the doctor. And he looks at me and he goes, "Well, ain't you going to sew it?" And I said, "No, sir." I said, "I'm a registered nurse." He goes, "Why the fuck did you go to med school?" And I was like, "Well, I went to nursing school. It's beyond the scope of my practice." And so, he's the next one back to the doctor. The doctor comes out of the room after 20 minutes in there with him, and he goes, "Have you ever heard the term crayon eater?" And I laughed so hard, I almost fell out of my chair. And I said, "Really?" I said, "Is it the hat?" And he goes, "Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no." And he's trying to explain the concept to me. And the whole time I'm sitting there going, "Robert Miller needs to be here. Robert Miller needs to be here." We need to have. But it was an interesting fellow. Yeah, he decided to take 4 shots of Jack Daniels to numb the pain before he came in, and that probably created part of the problem. But
then the blood too much.
I understand
but
that. I totally
I
agree with that.
I had to respect the guy. I had to respect him. He's a Marine, for God's sake. But he was like the stereotype joke. It was horrible, and it was like, oh, please.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised he didn't try to stitch it up himself.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
just
funny
tape
is
it up.
the whole time the doctor is trying to stitch it, he's talking with his hands. The doctor's like, "Dude, I'm trying to sew this."
Hold still.
Yeah, usually we just grab some super glue and call it a day. Throw some tape over it.
Yeah,
In there.
I mean, the regular off-the-shelf Gorilla Glue, super glue works really well. It's not much different than what we have. It's just the stuff we have. It's either got a chemical added to it or chemical taken out of it, or it doesn't burn. If you use regular super glue, it burns like hell until it dries. But
That's how we know that it's still good
the guys-
glue and it burns.
That's right. It means it's working.
The glue is not expired. It's not stopped burning.
It's still working.
That's right. You got to taste it first to make sure.
When I had my gallbladder surgery, they glued me shut, and I had 4 holes where they glued it. I come out, I was showing my wife the wounds. Of course, everything's stained yellow and shaved, from the surgery. And she's like, "Is that super glue?" I'm like, "Yes."
And the sad part is they use 2 tubes of super glue that you can buy on the shelf for $4.99, and they charge you $299 for them 2 tubes of super glue. Right?
Oh yeah.
Right, Steve?
Oh yeah. When you really got the surgeon who failed the part about stitching in med school, so he just glues you shut.
Or staples it. Yeah, the staple or the glue or the stitchers. Yeah. But
the stapler's pretty fun.
About with, the funny thing about that, Steve, is when you're dealing with corpsmen and medics, the you're going in there and they're doing all that kind of stuff for you. So in the military.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about having to go see a doctor to get stitched up, that's just a new concept for a lot of guys.
Oh yeah.
Now, there was a time when we were giving our own IVs. So it's like,
Wow.
Yeah, I was starting a line on a retired Army guy, and he said I was sitting there trying to do his IV. I was like, I don't really like needles. I hated when I had to do it in the Army and everything. I said, I know, but there's no other way to get an IV in you. I mean, there's no magic way to pierce your vein without using a needle. And so I'm sitting there talking with him. We're telling stories and jokes, and of course I started and we're done. He goes, well, that hurt a hell of a lot less than we used to do it in the Army. Like, well, we're not in the middle of a battlefield, and it's probably a little bit sleeker equipment.
Sterile.
Yeah, that I mean, I've had a needle break off in my arm before, and they're just we've had some good times with those things. Stabbed
it's a little different when I'm
vein, all kinds of stuff.
Little vein, yeah. It's a little different when I'm starting an IV.
They hit it. They just.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I'm in a controlled circumstance, starting an IV on a bed in a building in an air-conditioned control room, it's a lot different than trying to start one on a Bradley, taking out of some kind of a hot zone. It's not the same situation.
As it's moving.
Oh, the paramedics that can start with the back of an ambulance, they got my admiration. I can't imagine. Or a helicopter, no less.
Ooh, even worse.
They're in the back of a helicopter. All of a sudden, they lose 50 feet of altitude because of a wind gust.
That's true. Right. Yeah, that's why they don't do vasectomies on helicopters.
Probably for the best. Wind up a eunuch pretty fast.
Did I lose y'all again? Got froze.
Yeah, we froze a little bit. I think we got you back.
DA's moving. Now Roger's moving. Everybody froze for a second. Huh? Right.
Good.
What's funny?
Glenn, that's awesome.
When we were deploying one time on the boats, the Navy was doing vasectomies on the boats while these guys were going overseas. We're like, what the hell? I can't even imagine in heavy seas doing a vasectomy.
No kidding.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've already had one.
Yeah, true story.
I was muted, right? Oh,
we couldn't do it. But it's a guy, the Navy guys were. The Navy guys are stationed on those things, so for them it was just like a place of duty. So they could take a week off on the boat, or overseas. We couldn't go do it because we're expected to go in somewhere anytime. But some of those Navy guys are getting vasectomies on damn boats.
Oof.
That's absolutely nuts. Well, one of our chief of trauma at our hospital is actually the Air Force surgeon that worked on Marcus Luttrell after the lone survivor incident. And so you hear some of the stories about the surgeries he's done. The guy's got amazing surgery. I mean, if you're in a trauma and he's on, if he can't save you, you can't be saved. It's pretty ridiculous. And he was telling some of the stories, and I was like, absolutely no way in hell.
No.
But he was at Ramstein or somewhere, wherever in Germany that Luttrell went after the Black Hawk Down incident. And, we also have the SOCM medic training at our hospital, and so we'll get all the special forces guys in there.
Yeah, all those special forces medics used to just jump at the bit to get in a fight with us, like in security. When we'd have a combative come in, they're like, "You guys need some help?" I'm like, "Yeah, come on."
Yeah, everybody gets sent back to Germany, when you're over that area.
Yeah. Medic guys are pretty neat when we get an unruly character and security hasn't gotten there yet. This guy walked up, he's like, "Yeah, we got this issue," and the medic was about 5'8", but cut. I'm like, "Oh, he's gonna tear that guy up."
Oh.
Something wrong, Raj?
Oh no, it went quiet again. Sorry.
Oh,
I can't tell if this is freezing up or not.
I think we're just freezing up.
Yeah, a little bit
See
of both.
Roger moving. Oh, there it goes. There's DA moving. I don't know if it's mine or y'all's or who's. I don't know.
Oh, it's
seems to be
you.
freezing up.
Well, boys, we've made it almost
It's
4.5
always me.
hours. I think we can go ahead and put
I'm good
a
with that.
cork in this one. We've had a good time acting like idiots like we always do, but we also got a lot of good information. Got some sales for Bethany, which I'm happy that we could do, and I hope she sees
sales come through.
I hope she gets to see a good spike in sales from this, and can't wait for her next book to come out, and I hope she'd be willing to come back and promote it. Appreciate you guys joining in, and everybody that has joined in tonight. Naoma, thank you. Dream, thank you for coming in, and I appreciate everybody that's come in tonight and spent some time with us, and appreciate you guys for bearing with us for 4 hours. And as always, it's my pleasure to have you guys here and to have you share your Saturday night with us. And thank you guys for joining us, and hope you guys will be with us next week when we have, who do we have next week? Stephen Kinney. Next week's show should be interesting. Stephen Kinney is from Scotland. He's a zombie author. He's got a few books out, and he's a little hard to understand, but I think it's going to be an interesting show. So hope you'll join us next week for that, and tune in Monday night for the Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega, and where we will have Scott Baker, another author, on with us then. So thank you guys for that, and hope you guys will tune in and check it out. So hope you guys have a great night. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, and just remember that the first book of the Ragnarok Rising series is now free for 24 hours on Kindle. As a Father's Day promotion, and a thank you to fathers out there everywhere. I hope you guys enjoy the book. If you haven't had a chance to read it, make sure you pick that up. And I hope to see you guys next time on the next Nightmare Hunter and on DA Ex Machina. So thank you guys for coming out, and have a great night.
Thank you for joining us tonight on DA Ex Machina. Follow DA on social media and check out all his work at www.daroberts.net. Good night, and don't forget to lock your doors.